Hello there, and welcome to the stream. Things are about to get very interesting in here. Or, if you're not into candles, arts and crafts, or weird guys with long hair and beards talking, not interesting at all. But you'll know the difference pretty quickly, because we're doing a crafting stream again. I got the setup a little bit different this time because I wanted to adjust things. Hey Siri, dim.
Okay.
A little nicer, not too in your face. Not too in your face. And I also want to make sure that the audio from my computer is not too goddamn loud, which at the moment it does not appear to be making any. So that's, I guess, a comfort. But let's go ahead and hop over into crafts mode and see if we can. You have to be able to hear the music. Well, you've just got to. It's not hugely obtrusive, but it's there. It's there enough to let you know it's there. I'm going to go ahead and hop into the Discord and make an announcement. Live with candle crafting. There we go. And that way everybody knows we're here. It's going on. I don't think this is particularly level, so if we can't fix that just a bit. And I switched cameras because it was bugging me that if I switch to Let's Talk mode, it was this camera. Well, that was what was going on. So I've switched it over to this. I'm hoping that's going to work for today. But it's all one big experiment, isn't it? You know, we're just trying to figure out what is the best possible way to go about doing this thing. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to get a fresh drink. I'm back on my Aha Mango Lime kick. Because it's delicious. Or not mango lime, mango black tea. Because it's delicious. And I like it very much. But we've got our candle friend here. And he's all spooky and ready to go. And if you look carefully, no, you can't see him. He's just there. I've got the cat. Cat's with me today. You'll notice the door is closed, and that's because Indigo has some sort of big meeting she has to attend. A 2-hour-long video conference with the big wigs, and I'm sure that'll be just so helpful to somebody who's supposed to be working on graphics. I'm sure that she won't wish she were working on graphics and getting more done the entire time. It's remarkable how companies are like, no, it's more important that you sit idly and listen to our managers drone on and on about nothing. I certainly love it. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about this. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this candle running. Oh, I can't because I'm going to need to pick him up and tilt him and stuff. There we go. I am going to get this guy going. Honestly, I think I'm going to do a hard incision here. Try not to cut my hand wide open. And then work my way around the edges in order to get myself better access to the actual candle flame. Because having a candle that melts in on itself is great for appearances, but doesn't really do a hell of a lot for you in terms of letting you heat an object. So we got that there. And we'll get back to work. I just need that to be a little bit burned. Just a little sooty. And we're going to go through... Oh boy, that was quite a bit of wax that I just dripped onto this table. Let's see if I can't fix that problem. Now that we've got that sooty, See if we can't just color this line up a little bit with more soot. Again, I want to get some nice definition on these things. We've got our nice spooky music, and I actually, in order to avoid commercials, I downloaded a number of spooky music playlists right onto my computer. They're royalty-free music, and I just wanted to not have commercials playing in the background. And you know how YouTube be. They're going to play commercials every 5 goddamn seconds these days. Because that's just apparently they've realized that they can never have too much money. And so they play like 3 commercials at the beginning of some videos now. 30-second videos. I literally loaded up a video that was, I think it was 56 seconds long. It was not even a minute long the other day. And YouTube had staged 3 videos. Admittedly skippable videos, which is a plus. At the beginning of their play, so that was just, well, you're here, you want to watch the thing, you can skip these ads, and we know you can skip them, but if you're not paying active attention, we are going to just scream in your ear about products you'll never want to buy. It weirds me out that to this day, and I know Twitch works on advertising too, it just weirds me out that to this day, all media is essentially funded by product placement and by advertisements. Like we haven't caught on yet. Like we don't know that people are trying to sell us things. You know what I mean? I think we all know. We're all painfully aware of it. There are still many of us falling for it. But I don't buy things because I see them in an advertisement. I buy things because I want to do something. And then I actively seek out a product that will allow me to do that thing. I got a Logitech C920 not because I had ever seen an advertisement for one, but because my friend Paul said that that was the camera he started streaming with, that it did a good job. It wasn't anything to write home about, but it was also quite inexpensive. And so I went out and got a Logitech C920. Well, who would have thought? I didn't need an advertisement for that. What I'm saying is that in this horror-themed stream, late-stage capitalism is the most frightening of all things out there. But here I am, just like everybody else, trying to make a buck on the internet, so I guess that makes me a hypocrite. I like to think it makes me a survivor. For I have labored under the yoke of the machine for so very long that I have decided to turn that machine to my dark purposes. You gotta watch those plosives in front of this flame. Hey, you know what, streamers? If you need a filter for your microphone to make sure that you don't hit that mic with your P-pops, your plosives, you know, don't buy a screen. That'll cost you quite a bit of money. Just buy a candle. And if you see that candle waver, you know that you are popping. Watch this candle. But if you're talking like this and everything's remaining relatively still, then I think it can be assumed that you're actually speaking quite clearly and not in a way that's going to upset the pizza. How you doing there, Jenny? You came in at exactly the right time. We're doing spooky candle stuff. I've got my spooky music going, and we're using this this candle here to not only melt wax, but also burn it just a bit so that it gives us a nice sooty wax. Sooty! That was supposed to be like Sookie from, you know that show with the vampires? True Blood. That's the one. That's the one. Mm-hmm. Yep. My hip. Am I up to date with what the kids are into these days? And then once I have my grody burned wax, no, don't burn the wax. Then I let it just drizzle on down these channels here, and that's how I get my nice black lines. Now, if I decide that I don't like this part that fell on here, I've got a scraper, which I can use to take that right off of there. So we'll wind up with some nice dark sooted lines in the channels, and then I can scrape clean everything outside of the channels, and that's how we wind up with our Rook character here. And he's not done yet, obviously, but the channels and the lines are essential to his character. So I'm working on him. I don't know if you guys have seen the other ones we worked on. This is from last time. And my little skull here. I've got my little pumpkin. He's quite cute. He could sit up here. Pumpkin. Don't do that. And I've got my magic wand. And I've got my swamp boy. He's quite spooky. But I've used my magic wand, and now we're about to play some wizard's chess. So keep it here. Shut, Ripper. Seam Ripper. Alright, so using this candle to produce grody sooty wax. It's even so like Sookie Stackhouse, sooty wax house. So how you doing? It's been a while since the last time I saw you guys in person. I miss you. We just don't go anywhere or do anything anymore. You know how it is. Put that back there, please. Thank you. Oh, that was spooky. I like that. I do like these creepy Halloween soundtracks that I'm finding out there. I like that there are people out there producing royalty-free music, and I believe I should be supporting them in some way. So I will make sure to post up at some point on this stream. I'll post up the YouTube video so that you guys can see the name of the creator, and I can get them some credit, if not some money. If not money. Doing alright. We miss you too. Wasn't feeling great Wednesday morning, so I called in the last 2 days and did a COVID test yesterday. Probably overreacting, but better safe than sorry, I guess. Yeah, it is. Because they are having breakthrough cases. It's not common. The anti-vax crowd would have you believe that it, you know, oh yeah, vaccine doesn't do anything for you. Well, it absolutely does. It's not perfect. Nothing is. But this one's pretty fucking good. Its batting average is pretty solid compared to most vaccines. And we are doing just fine. I mean, okay, so I'm not doing just fine. Not at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I am dealing with a lot of anxiety and a lot of boy, oh boy, that was something right there, wasn't it? Okay, USB device not recognized. Let's see if we can get that. I bonked that over. Let's try it again. Get that reconnected. Oh boy. Deactivate and activate. There we go. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad now, was it? Ooh, this music's fucking sweet. Anytime you can get a threatening fiddle, I'm a happy boy. Anyway, I've been dealing with a lot of anxiety, depression, that kind of thing. You know that's nothing new for me. It's just exacerbated by, well, everything, isn't it? You know, I work in retail. There's an awful lot of people out there who have decided that they know better than doctors and scientists, and that they can just waltz into the store in spite of our masking policy and say, no, I'm not going to wear a mask. And it's frustrating as hell, because it's, first of all, let's say for a moment that I agreed with you and that I thought, you know, oh, this mask thing is bullshit. What the fuck am I going to do about it? I work here and it's the company policy. Presumably, if I want to continue drawing a paycheck, I need to fucking enforce the policy. So, naturally, that's how it goes, is I say to people, hey, can you put your mask on? And then they go, and they flip out on me, and I go, hey, first of all, don't shoot the messenger. Second of all, you're an idiot. What you saying? No one with a cool chair like this can suffer them. Hey, yeah, no, tell me about it. You'd think it would be a high crime to subject me to such things. But here we are. So I'm just trying to function as best I can, and I've been asking for weird things at work. Can I work in the inventory room? Can I go in the back? Can I help there instead of being out front amongst all the customers who aren't abiding by our masking policy, etc., etc.? I've taken mental health days here and there in order to properly care for myself. I'm sure my employers are thrilled about that, but it's FMLA. It's federally protected. Sorry, guys. I need my brain. You know, and that's just where we're at. Just trying to survive out there. Yeah, I love that one. Have you ever just tried not having anxiety? Yeah. No, my family's, you know, tried to comfort me with statements like, you know, just try to remember you're vaccinated and that your odds are very good. And I'm like, I get that. And I think part of it is anxiety, because I'm nervous that I'll end up with a breakthrough case, or that I'll bring it home to Indigo and she'll have a breakthrough case. You know, there's plenty of things to be anxious about in that regard. And then I think the other part of me is, it's less than I'm anxious. That's why I say I'm having trouble with anxiety and depression, because part of it is it's less that I'm anxious that I'm going to get COVID, and more that I'm depressed that nearly 50% of my fellow human beings can't seem to be bothered to do the bare fucking minimum on a daily basis. And that's deeply, deeply disheartening to me. And so every day I go in, and every day I wonder, why are we helping these people? Yeah, and well, that's the thing, is that there's kids who still can't get the vaccine. They're still too young for the vaccine. Why aren't you trying to help them? Why aren't you putting a fucking mask on and protecting those fucking kids? Why aren't people decent to each other? And it just grosses me out. So I find myself sometimes despondent as a result of watching our fellow human beings do as they do day in, day out. It's living is hard sometimes. Yeah, that's exactly it. Is the selfishness is what grosses me out. And so I'm not just anxious, I'm depressed, I'm angry. And then of course, I'm not neurotypical. I'm an obsessive compulsive. Watching people actively, repeatedly not do the simple thing that they've been asked to do, I'm like, when I was a kid, my parents took me out of soccer because I stood in the field and cried. Why did I stand in the field and cry? Because we're kids and we're playing soccer, and what are kids going to do when they play soccer but chase the ball? But I'd been told I was on defense. And so had that kid, and he's not doing what he's supposed to do. Why is he not doing what he's supposed to do? Oh no, now the other kid who was on defense is gone. What? Why am I all alone back here? I've always had a problem with no one being able to... I'm not a conformist. I'm just like, why do we have rules if nobody's going to pay any attention to them? So I get frustrated. Like, it's the only thing I can think of is like when you see videos of an autistic person having like a meltdown or whatever. And I don't want to compare my situation to autism because I don't think I'm on the spectrum. But my brain does not work the same way as other people's. And so being in other people's world can be very grating on my brain. It can be very difficult for my cognition, if that makes any sense to you. The world hurts. So that's... It's very, very frustrating when you have an abnormal brain and you are surrounded by other people who have very, very normal brains and seem to be just... They don't seem to give a shit. So yeah, that's where I am. That's where my head's at. That's where life is at the moment. I have started therapy. The same organization that has helped me find a therapist is going to help me find a psychiatrist, and that is theoretically going to help me out. Perhaps I can adjust the dosage of my medication. There's a few different things that I can do that are going to help improve the situation. But for right now, you're just getting by one day at a time. And I'll tell you what helps me a lot is that I have creative projects like this one. I've been looking forward to finishing this castle since I started him the other day on a different stream. I've been actively looking forward to getting back onto stream and doing this, which is cool. That's a good thing to have. A thing that you like so much that you get excited about doing it again. Although it might seem unrelated, well-chosen physiotherapy is the best thing you can do for your mental and, of course, physical health. I think you're right. I think that being able to care for the body helps you care for the mind. Let me know if the music gets too loud at any point, if I'm not clear or whatever. But I think that taking care of the body does great things for taking care of the mind. We're in the middle of this meditation challenge at work where we all try to meditate for 5 or 10 or 15 minutes a day. There's different levels you can participate at. I'm logged in at the silver level, which is 10 minutes a day, which is 5 minutes a day, but I am currently performing at the gold level, which is 10 minutes a day. And we'll see if I can keep that up. And if I keep it up all month, I get a beanie. The meditation helps me with controlling my breath rate, which helps me to calm my heart rate, which helps me to settle the mind. Indigo and I also, the other day, I was feeling just dreadful and not really up to anything. And she said, do you want to go for a walk? And I said, no, not really. And I went out to sit on the porch. And then I came back in and I said, let's go for a walk. You're right. And I got real pants on and put on my shoes and went outside. And we walked around the neighborhood near our apartment complex for a little while. And when we came home, I had more energy. I felt better. Just fucking everything was better. It's just, when you're depressed, when you're anxious, it's so hard to convince yourself to go out there. You don't have the energy to do shit. You just want to lie on the couch and mope. And that's what I feel like a lot of the time. And I feel fortunate in that I have somebody in my life who encourages me to do some of those things that will benefit me. Now I have indigo. When I was a teenager and I was going through my early depressive and anxiety and obsessive compulsive things, and I didn't know what was happening to my mind or my body, and I felt unhappy all the time. I didn't know about physiotherapy. I didn't know that working my legs could help my emotions. People at school said, oh yeah, well if you exercise you feel better, and I'm like, I don't know what I didn't know that they meant like emotionally. I thought they meant that they're fucking jocks. They pick on me. They're shitty people. I don't want anything to... Why would I listen to them? Why would I work out? Fuck you. And then my dad was like, no, seriously, you need to go out. And my dad would... just, if he saw me sitting on the couch, like, sighing to myself, he'd be like, all right, we're going on a walk. And I'd be like, I don't want to go on a walk. And he's like, I don't care if you don't want to go on a walk. We're going on a walk. I'm like, fucking dads are so weird, man. And then I would feel better. And he knew, and he was there to help me, It's so much harder if you don't have somebody else in your life to encourage you. I can't imagine being alone in the context of the pandemic, not having indigo. She said the same about me. She's like, I can't even imagine how I would have made it through this year without you here. We're both coping with our shit as best we can, but that's as best we can. Doesn't mean it's great. Also doesn't mean it's terrible. But having each other has made a huge difference. I would like to have a larger tool for this wacky thing that I'm doing here. This wax burning thing that I'm doing. But thus far, I have found that this one is absolutely the best at doing what I'm trying to do. Of all of the little tools that I got at the craft shop, this one absolutely works better than the others. So, here we are. And then again, all of this stuff over here that needs to go, just scrape that right away. She's very cool. And I'm glad we found each other as well. I can't say as we found each other. We were introduced by our friend Caitlin. Well, not exactly. Caitlin suggested that we date each other for a while. We didn't meet. Neither of us was keen to meet the other because neither of us wanted to be set up with a friend, because we'd been through that before. And then we found each other on OkCupid, and Caitlin went, "That's the one! That's the one!" And then we hit it off immediately, and she was like, "You guys are stupid and should listen to me more." And she's not wrong. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, go in the bowl. This poor candle has been through so much. The new rule here is going to be I am not allowed to collect wax from an external source. I must collect wax from this candle. Because if I bring in wax from over here on the table, I eventually drown the candle out. And that's just no way to live your life, goddammit. Denheim, yes, actually. Indigo introduced me to them. Their music is not royalty free, however, so I can't play it on here. But yes, I absolutely do listen to them. And if you like Danheim, then you probably also like Heilung, and they're very, very good. Denheim has several songs that are absolutely fascinating to listen to from a musical standpoint. They're like, they make grunts and growls and stuff into musical notes, and it's really, really pretty. Oh, okay. Well, maybe check out Heilung. They're quite good. No, little Candlewick, don't go out. You can do this. You are strong. There you are, that's a mighty flame. Yeah, Indigo has all kinds of musical tips, and I'll pass them on to you. She's the one who introduces me to half of the new bands I listen to. She's a nut when it comes to metal and folk music. Those are both like two of our favorite genres. Or like, not folk like. Well, I guess I like listening to some of the twangy American shit, but she likes Ukrainian folk and Celtic folk and stuff like that. She started playing this one band. I think they were a Russian folk band. We started listening to them in the car the other day, and I was like, "This is too much." And it wasn't the fact that it was Russian; it was the fact that they were adding like boop, beep, boop, noises into their music, and I was like, "I gotta go. I can't listen to this. I can't do this." Like, it's just random fucking sounds in the middle of the album, and I was like, this is entirely too much. Fever Ray, Aurora, Kovacs, Roiksop. Roiksop. That sounds interesting. Some bizarre art that I'm practicing here. It's quite counterproductive. What I'm doing at the moment. What I should have done is gotten a black candle and then melted the wax of the black candle into the little troughs here. That would have worked substantially better than the nonsense I'm currently engaging in. Trying to make a white candle black is clearly not... It's not working out. I think it's fairly clear looking at that we are looking at lines. I think I've nailed lines, guys. I think I've got that figured out. So now what we do is we figure out I need at least one more band in here. So we're gonna cut into this one. And we're gonna do a complete loop around. That's fairly deep. Those lines truly are quite liney. They called him Pat Lines Beekler because he was great at making the liniest lines you ever did see. And then I nabbed that other tool that I really liked. Where's that other tool? There it is. Oh, the music's turned into Jurassic Park. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Alright, I'm gonna get copyright striked or something, so. This guy helps me make the lines deeper so that they form into like real troughs. But this is just the first step is the horizontals. Then I gotta do the verticals. They wouldn't recognize the tune. That bad, huh? Alright. Well. I do like the music, it's fun. I should have a soundtrack on all my streams. This one I want straight down. Actually, no. Straight down there. And then this piece should keep coming over here until it meets that. won't all make sense at first. But the point is to try to create something that looks like an actual stone pattern, like somebody laid strips of stone on top of each other. And I've blackened in some of them mostly just because I needed a point of reference. I needed to see something that was... Because the lines are so hard to make out without any kind of contrast that it gets very, very weird to try to carve anything. This is honestly what I'd like to do, is take like a butter knife and just drip it in like sooty wax and then go and get it into all of those cracks at once. But I don't think that there's any way for me to actually do that. I think the only way for me to really do this crazy thing that I'm trying to do is, again, this rather slow method. Which I guess it's a good thing that this is a 6-hour stream, because otherwise, you know, I think I'd be working on this guy for days. Crap. Into the bucket with you. Start fresh. There we go. That filled it in pretty good. And now we just clean off the top. And now we've got contrast. See? It's all starting to come together. It does definitely make the stream more interesting if you guys talk, though. I guess I could introduce a topic. How do you feel about ducks? I'm not a fan. They creep me out. Let's add another slice here. I really like this playlist, guys. Needs one more line right there. Yeah, that's the feeling I get off of it too. This is very like I don't know, Sleepy Hollow, very old worldy or at least old timey kind of spooky music. Bloody shame about Tim Burton and Johnny Depp, honestly, but I still think Sleepy Hollow is a fun movie. I think it's got good vibes. Good haunted vibes. Oh, will you please just turn to Black Sooty? God damn it. I need Sooty Ash. See where I'm going with this now? This whole thing is going to be one big castle tower. And at the bottom there will be some bricks missing to make a scowl. What? Johnny Depp is telling the truth about what? Oh, I honestly don't know that much about Johnny Depp's personal life. I'm just tired of him as an actor. I'm tired of him. I'm tired of his characters. I'm tired of his. I don't know. He just doesn't. He doesn't work for me. Like I'm sick of seeing. Every time you go to a Ren fair, there's some asshole in a Jack Sparrow costume. Like, fuck off. Go away. The Mad Hatter, fuck you. Tonto? You're not a Native American man. Then again, at this point, Ren fairs have become so, like, populated by fucking idiots in, like, monster costumes and fantasy costumes and shit that I'm like, there should be a rule at Ren fairs. Like, there should be, you go ahead and have, like, a fantasy fair or whatever, but if you're going to have a Ren fair, you should have a rule at the door that says, like, nobody's allowed to enter in fucking fantasy Smurf shit. I really want someplace where I can go where it's a recreation of Ye olden days, because I always found them educational and interesting. It was an interesting form of education, which was so hard to come by when I was growing up. And I get frustrated because I want to actually learn more about the past, and then now when I go to the Ren Fair, it's not Pastorama, it's we like D&D, and I'm like, they're cool. I like D&D too. I just can we have like a thing for that and a thing for this? I don't know. I get annoyed. Yeah, see that's the kind of shit right there. I don't want Shrek at my Ren Fair. And I get it, it's funny and it's ironic, but also, fuck you. No, stop this. Jenny, stop this. You're better than this. At some point or another, what I'm going to have to do here is carve a divot into the side of this candle where I can get at, yes. Then this is the way which I must do the thing. I've carved a divot in the side where I can rest this. Well, it appears I alienated two-thirds of my audience by talking shit about Shrek at the Ren Fair. Guess I should have seen that one coming, huh? Yeah, I had 3 viewers. Now it's just you and me because I said some shit. People do have it's funny. People do have some strong ass opinions about Shrek. I wouldn't worry about that, Jenny. I think also this is not the most compelling or exciting stream on the planet, but if people are, if people want to pop in and see somebody melting candle wax like a weirdo and then pouring it onto a candle like a weirdo, this is 100% the place for those people to drop in. So I'm hoping And also, I think maybe what I might need to do is just angle this up just a wee bit more. That might help a lot. There, now you kind of actually see what I'm fucking doing, right? That ain't half bad right there. Now you're cooking with gas. That's a hot take, and that's a take that I won't really argue with you on. Because honestly, I don't know anything about The Mandalorian, other than that I'm tired of seeing Grogu. I'm tired of the so-called Baby Yoda. And I would like it very much if he would go away now. Can we stop putting him on everything? But that's the thing about where we are as a society, is the answer to that question is no, we can't stop. We can't stop doing anything. We just keep doing it just over and over and over again until everybody hates it. And the last person who doesn't hate it is still there just slamming that button. Well, the main thing for me at this point is if you're going to make new material within an existing franchise, please God, make new material. Tell me a new story about a new place in that universe with some new people and some different things. Because, like, the next time Chewbacca shows up, I fucking love Chewbacca, but the next time he shows up, I'm gonna be like, you get the fuck out of here, you big fuzzy piece of shit. Like, I just do something new. Do something different. But we don't do that. We're humans. And I thought about it the other day. I realized, like, when I was a kid, Disney sold nostalgia then too. They've just changed the nostalgia that they're selling because they're selling it to a newer generation. So it used to be that they romanticized the period of the 1950s. Now they've romanticized the period of the 1980s and 90s. It's the same shit. Like, it's the same trick with a different time period because some of their audience died off and now they need new people. You know, so it's, I don't know. I'm like, I get annoyed by that. By the fact that we fall for the same things over and over again. And I also don't inherently have a problem with Disney movies. My problem is with the fact that they have to own everything. Like, everybody has to own everything now. Jeff needs to go to space, so he's got to buy up as many companies as he can. Did you see the shit in the Twitch like breach the other day? Because that was nuts. First of all, the amount of money that's being exchanged on this platform is just absolutely crazy. But then on top of that, the fact that they were literally... Amazon had an as yet unannounced Steam competitor. Like, bro, there's already 5. There's fucking Origin. There's the Microsoft Gaming Store. There's the Epic Mega Game Store. There's so many of these, like, online gaming marketplaces. And Amazon was like, we're going to carve out one more for us. And I'm like, no. You don't need another thing, Jeff. You flew to space. You got all the things. Now fucking just stop. You don't need to keep making more money, you know? It's just wild. The unbridled level of greed. But yeah, that Twitch hack that took place, and then they shared all the information on 4chan. First of all, I have quite a bit of trouble believing that if you're an active participant on 4chan, that you're trying to do anything good for society. This person claimed that they hacked Twitch and shared a bunch of this information in order to spread disruption in online gaming media and to help even the marketplace a little bit. They released the source code of Twitch. So basically the entire program that runs Twitch with change logs and all of that stuff going all the way back to some of its early beginnings. So basically they wrote a recipe for how to make the next Twitch website and put it out on the internet for everybody. Which means that in not a particularly long period of time, somebody could make enough changes to the code to make it legally distinct from Twitch and then release it as its own website and try to make a Twitch competitor, which I think is, frankly, theft. All right, I'm not cool with theft, but you know what? Amazon's fucking stealing from everybody constantly. Giant corporations are constantly stealing from you and me. They are closing down competitor businesses and ruining opportunities for regular people so that they can consolidate wealth into their own hands. And it's been repeatedly proven that Facebook and Amazon and a number of the other large tech companies are actively cheating and breaking laws in order to get more, to get even more than they already have. So I don't really feel too bad about somebody stealing the code and then making their own gaming site with it, because fuck you, that's why. Like, you pushed us to this. This is your own goddamn fault. But on the other hand, like, I do think that there needs to be more competition. I think that when businesses actively engage in collusion and in creepy, dark back alley deals and stuff in order to try to swallow up more of the world than they already possess, we as people need to stop acknowledging their rights and the sanctity of their property, and we need to essentially take it back. So I'm actually kind of in a weird way, like, kind of cool with what happened. There is one minor problem, which is, again, the information was released by a fucking 4chan user, and those people are disgusting trolls. So they help spread false information about elections, about coronavirus, about all kinds of other shit. So how can I really trust that their intentions are anything but malevolent? 4chan has been a blight on humanity ever since it was first spawned. And I can't think of a lick of good that's come out of it. So how can I possibly trust a 4chan user to have had the right intentions in doing that? And therefore, if I can't trust your intentions, how can I trust your result? My suspicion is that there is quite a bit more information that was stolen. Passwords, usernames, account information, possibly credit cards, bank accounts, that kind of shit. And I think it's the sort of thing that instead of hurting the big corporation, will hurt the regular people who are trying to make use of that platform to make money for themselves. And in situations where you can go, okay, cool, well, I hit both sides of the equation. Like, this should level the playing field. I dropped a nuke on the battlefield, and now everybody suffered losses. The problem with that philosophy is that the corporations have more. They have plenty more to fall back on. And so you think that you're hurting them and also hurting us. What you're actually doing is you're killing us and you're hurting them for a few. So if more information comes out, if it turns out that they nabbed a whole bunch of that sort of thing, I wouldn't be surprised, because 4chan's a big shithole, full of just the worst parts of the internet linger there. So I expect the worst out of this whole thing, but part of me wants to hope for the best. Because if I remember correctly, the original Anonymous got started on 4chan. And for a while, Anonymous was actually kind of a force for the good. They hacked organizations, they leaked information, they spread facts about political figures that exposed them for being shady and shitty. At some point or another, somebody realized that there was a sort of a weird base of trust for this organization on the internet, this anonymous organization, and they decided, hey, wouldn't it be great if we nabbed this name and used it for our own dark purposes? Because people will trust what they read if they read something from Anonymous, or if it has an Anonymous logo on it or whatever. And that was the real mistake, is when Anonymous started releasing videos that had like a faceless black silhouette with like an altered voice, and they're like, we are Anonymous, expect us, you will not be spared, blah blah blah. That was like the beginning of the downfall for Anonymous, is like, okay, you've created a brand here, and this brand, because you don't have a copyright on it, because you're anonymous, can literally be used by anybody without any form of retaliation. And the next thing you know, we've got things like nonews.net that are spreading false information about Pizzagate. And then we've got the 2016 election. You built trust in a group of hackers who were fighting for a good cause. And then anybody else could use your name for whatever purposes they wanted. That's essentially what conservatives do. They take other people's symbols and use them to benefit themselves. Take a look at the Norse runes and the Nazis. Take a look at for God's sake, I mean, the symbol of the Nazi flag is not a swastika. It is a Buddhist symbol of balance. That symbol has existed for thousands of years. And all it took was a couple of goose-stepping assholes to ruin it for everybody. It's been a fucking more than a half a century since all of that shit ended. And that symbol's still untouchable because of those dicks. So, if you think that you can create something that is incorruptible, just wait. Just wait. Because it isn't. Everything is corruptible. Everything can be ruined. And these people are experts at it. It's what they do. Anyway, my music has ended, so I'm going to switch to a different... Switch to a different playlist here. How about Spooky 3? Got a lot of wax on my arms here. That's starting to look like something, isn't it? You think he's cute? Oh, you won't. Given time, you will come to know the horrible nature of this thing. I wrote a whole backstory for him and everything. The idea is that there's a corrupt king, and he's good friends with one of the nobles. The noble sees that his friend is corrupt, turns against him, talks to the other nobles of a restructuring of power. The idea that they might become a democracy instead of a kingdom. And the king will not allow this to come to pass. And so he has his friend locked up in a tower and tortured. And then he has the court wizard perform dark magics to bind the soul of that man to the tower, that he might experience his torture forever. But the man is strong. His beliefs are strong, and his anger is strong. And so he comes back in the form of the tower. The tower begins to quake and move. And it marches from its far position on the castle grounds towards the throne room with the intent of crushing the king. So the king once again calls forth the court wizard, who casts another spell that binds the will of the tower to him. So now the king has absolute control over this former rebel, embodied in this massive stone corpus, and now sends him out to crush the other members of the rebellion. He can't stop himself, and he hates what he's doing. But he does crush them to death, one by one, at the king's behest. I could do a spooky story stream for the next one. I don't think I will. I think I could tell some spooky stories on this stream. Next stream I think I'll do a gaming stream, because I think it's been a while. So I think people will probably want to see me play a game at some point or another. This one needs another wraparound. That's too wide all the way around there. So I'm gonna do, first of all, one here, just one. One here. That. This is solid. This music These things are so well written. Somebody just writes this music for other people to use for their background music, and I just think that's phenomenal. Alright, I'm gonna go through and do some more brickwork in general. One here. Sherlock Holmes vibes? Yeah, it did kind of have that feel, didn't it? It's the violin, I think. You can barely see these, can you? Yeah, the camera's not good enough for this, honestly. You will see them, though. Give me time. Trying to make sure that the lines are uneven, but not completely, not like predictably so. I want each one of these is a piece of stone that was laid into it. They're not lines that were cut into it. Each piece between the lines is its own stone. And so sometimes the lines would line up or come close to lining up, because you might have two stones of different lengths that just happened to be, you know, that just happened to line up in the right way. So I want there to be these sort of patterns that don't quite match with one another, but are pretty close. And then in order to show those, do this again. I need the contrast of the dark lines, otherwise you can't see anything. I feel like this one guy is going to take the most of the stream. Which, frankly, so be it. This is how I want to spend my Friday. Unfortunately, if I ever lay it on the table, I get all these pieces that are stuck to the back and stuff. So it needs to be like, I need to hold it up away from the table in order to avoid that, which gets tiring. See that? How the lines almost filled themselves? Because the channels are laid, so the water, or the liquid wax kind of falls right into them. And that's fun. I like when work does itself. Shit. Oh, it's gonna turn into Prince of Persia music if I'm, or Prince of Persia 2 music. Sorry. You remember that game? They're like, hey, we made this really cool, remake of an old classic, and now we're gonna take the character who was this sort of lithe, small, maneuverable, roguish character, and we're gonna make him into a warrior, and we're gonna change the soundtrack from being cool, Middle Eastern, Persian-y kind of themed music, and we're just gonna make it horrible 90s scrub guitar. Remember that? It was great. The second one, as I remember, the first was pretty good, although it had problems with mechanics, and it was full of escort missions, which was frustrating. But then, if I remember correctly, they kind of corrected course in the third game and made it more like a puzzly game again, and less of a slogging combat game. Yeah, Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time was quite good. I think that was the first one. It was Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, and then it was Prince of Persia, the Warrior of Time, and then it was Prince of Persia, oh my god, what a douche. This was the third one in the series. Prince of Persia, oh my god, what a douche. I think that was the official working title. Alright, that looks... That's starting to look pretty good, right? I think it's starting to look pretty legit. Prince of Persia, it's douche time. Hey Laura, how you doing? Jenny's here with us right now. We were talking about the Prince of Persia games. Do you remember those? Ding, 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 ding. Good, I just got home from work. I think there was one that I ever played. I don't remember which one, but it was maybe GameCube? I don't know. Yes, I believe it was available on the GameCube. I think it was a PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3 title set. I don't clearly remember what era it was in. I think it's 3. I think it's PS3. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Alright, let's see here. I've got a crazy idea. An idea that's just crazy enough to work. I'm going to take some wax which has already been darkened, partially. And I'm going to chop it up. And then I'm going to cut it out. No, I'm going to chop up some of the already darkened wax. See this for yourself. This exciting process of chopping up this already sort of darkened wax. None of this white garbage in the middle, just this already darkened stuff here. This is giving me 28 Days Later vibes. I think that's what they're going for here with this song. See, so I've got some wax that's already dark. And I'm going to cook it even more. All right, there we go. That is my draw pile right there. I'm not bringing out wax from anywhere else anymore. It's just from the stuff that's already dark like that. I think that'll expedite the process. Perhaps sevenfold. Wait. People think I'm talking about that band. Does anybody know anything about that band? Are they okay? I don't know. Can I make that reference? Avenged Sevenfold. I know absolutely nothing about them except for their name. Alright, so we start from our gross gray slurry pile. And then we cook that up over here. Don't go out. Don't go out. There, now put that near the wick. Good, okay. And now I just pick this garbage up and put it into the flame. Hey, night guy, how you doing? Oh, see, I know next to nothing about them except for, yeah, I've heard the name. I couldn't even, like, if you hummed the tune of a song, I might pick it up, but fuck, I don't know. Everything's going okay. We're just making candle things. Making candle monstrosities. This is my rook friend. We made some progress on him. And at this point, what I really want to do is start carving out the individual pieces of the mouth so that I have that, like, done. I want that part done. I want his mouth carved out. We're literally just going to ask if you still plan to do the mouth. Yes, I absolutely. That is totally on the table. That is the proposal before you today. And again, it's really hard for you guys to see these until I put wax into them. Just, I'm going to need you to kind of trust me here. That there is, in fact, something akin to a mouth forming. Or that there will be in good time. Okay, so I want... This is where it's going to get difficult. Thought of you earlier. I saw a post from the Warhorse Brewery that they created a pumpkin spice latte stout. Wasn't sure if you'd seen that yet, or even if it's shown up in stores yet. I became sick and I'm very tired, so I can't watch the stream. Oh, that's okay, Susie Takuna. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better. And we'll definitely see you next time. But like, there's the Rook, and I'll post finished photos up in the Discord if you want to see it. So it's okay. We'll see you again. God, if you're feeling sick, get out of here. Take a break. As far as the Warhorse Brewery beer, Laura, I might even have it in my weird collection of pumpkin beers. But we shan't be drinking pumpkin beer tonight. Oh no. We'll be drinking something very different. Tonight we'll be drinking a Dark Saison by Ommegang Brewery. And it's going to be... It's going to take some work for me to get through this thing, honestly. Because it's like a wine bottle size thing of beer. So I was figuring I'd probably get stuck in a little early as compared to when I usually start drinking. I was going to say maybe about 4 instead of 5, and then I was going to split some with Indigo so she could try it, and just try to pace myself throughout the stream here and not get faced. But I mean, it could be that I take one sip of the beer and it turns out that it's terrible. I don't know. I don't exactly know what to expect. But the fact that I have reached a point in my life when I feel daunted about the amount of beer that I'm going to drink, rather than like taking it as a challenge, I think shows that I'm at a different stage of life from where I was when you and I knew each other in college. That's for damn sure. It's called Phantom Fortress. Says it's made with maple, hazelnut, vanilla, chocolate, pumpkin, and lactose. That sounds cool. There's an awful lot of companies out there that are putting lactose in their beer now, which makes it a dangerous proposition for some. No, I gotta do this. I gotta do this a slightly slower way than what I'm doing. I'm trying to get aggressive here and get some progress made for you so you can see this shit, but all I'm gonna do is wind up chipping the face out and ruining everything, and that's not what I want. So let's slow it down a little. Some people grow up, some don't. It's true. Says the man who is carving candles while listening to Halloween music and broadcasting that live on the internet. I sure am the grown-up kind around here. Yo, my guy, how are you? Long time no see. I'm getting a jump scare. Just wait, 420. I don't. Well, first of all, I wouldn't use it during this stream because I don't have this setup, this crafting setup that I've got going right now, literally does not have a jump scare sound. So if you use I won't even hear the effect. I don't have headphones on. I got nothing. So don't use it during this stream. But by all means, save up for it during this stream. Probably didn't hear any of that information, and is probably still going to try to jump scare me. God, that looks rough. It's okay. It can look rough. I went through and fixed some of these tools. Remember how last time they were kind of breaking apart on me? Used some super glue and I put the tool heads back in, and this one does not seem to be rotating on me anymore, so I guess the super glue worked. That's a definite plus. So I got one hole there, one hole there. I definitely want... The scowl should reach all the way down here. Much more quickly and efficiently I could execute this entire process with my wood burning kit. It seems to me that that's the kind of thinking that screams efficiency. We'll get that brick out of there. Just you wait and see. This brick is coming out. There it goes. I did it. Get rid of that sauce. See you later, sauce. Okay, so we've got that, that, and that. I think this brick that starts here, from here to the right, needs to go away. Mm-hmm. It's so much work to whittle out each one. I feel like if I just got in here with the knife, worked my way this way, and then worked my way this way. There we go. Chisel out. Let me get to that weaker type of wax that's on the inside here. That should be easy enough to just cut right out of there. Good. Okay. Yep. And then I can just get in here and rearrange this stuff. Where's the little Scoopy guy? Come here, Scoopy guy. Come here, Scoopy guy. There we go. That's all quite clearly defined. Blah. Looks pretty legit, doesn't it? Little hole there. I think I might want to take from here down to there, out. Take from here. Ooh, oh, it's breaking right up. Take you out of there. And I want to stress once again that this knife is not actually all that sharp. It's just sharp enough to cut through wax. So I realize that some of what I'm doing looks fairly reckless, but this knife is not a real threat to me or my physical well-being. Empty this wax out. this thing up. Cut through here. Yeah, I found a couple of good ones, and instead of playing them directly from YouTube, I downloaded them illegally onto my computer, and I'm now using them that way. And the reason for that is because I don't want a bunch of ads to show up in the middle of my stream. But as they were all posted to the sites as royalty-free music, there's really nothing wrong with any of that. In fact, if I did even a small amount of work, I could probably get it so that you're hearing the music as I hear it, directly from the computer, instead of hearing... Essentially what you're listening to right now is my microphone, and I have the music playing on the television speakers. Is it nice and clear, or does it sound sort of cruddy? Because it's actually quite high quality violin work by someone who obviously knows what they're doing. Oh. I spoke too soon. I don't know about you, but my favorite part of every stream is when my computer randomly shuts itself off. How much money did I spend on this fucking thing? Well, what are you gonna do? Hey, I hope you enjoyed the spooky playlist that I was playing, because I'm switching to a different one. So, here we are. And now I'm switching over to... Oh, great, the camera's not even fucking working. Fantastic. Let's unplug it and plug it back in. Figure that out. Wait, is that the goddamn camera? This camera's... Fucking... Seriously? Oh, Jesus Christ. Deactivate. Activate. So you just... Do you want me to unplug you and plug you back in? Is that what you want, buddy? I'm gonna unplug you and plug you back in? I can't find that. It's just... doesn't even recognize it as being here. And again, I can unplug it. It's unplugged. I can replug it back in. I can hit deactivate, and then I can hit activate. And there it finally goes. Jesus. This is what, like, again, never had to do any of this on my Mac. Have to do it, all of this kind of shit all the time on my PC. And the software is Windows native. Hello. Yay. So, I don't know what that was about, and I'm sorry. I'm always sorry when my stream just randomly craps out. but my hands are kind of tied on it on account of the fact that I didn't make the software, you know? I guess maybe maybe the plan is, maybe what they're thinking is, um, you know, oh, well, you should pay for the software, like you should pay for the pro version of the software, and plus you'd get all of those great features that come with the pro version of the software, and I'm like, if the regular version of the software doesn't work correctly, why on earth would I want to spend money on the pro version, hoping that it would work better? Because that just doesn't add up to me at all. But maybe I think too much. Maybe that's my problem. I'm just trying to think of, like, imagine that I were actually making money off of Twitch. Imagine that I were a Twitch partner, and that I were actually, like, financially, I don't want to say dependent, but like, let's imagine that I was a full-time streamer, and what I did is stream. And then all of a sudden it just crapped out in the middle of the stream like that. Like, that's not good. That's not what you want. But this is starting to look like a jagged snarl of a mouthhole, so that's good. I got that going for me. I'm gonna go one more layer down for the low curl of the frown. I'm gonna go one layer of bricks further down after this. I'm gonna take a walk. There's a food truck parked a couple blocks down in the village, and fried dough sounds right. Oh my god, fried dough sounds amazing to me right now. You can feel free to bring that stuff back. This brick free, and then I will use it as a stepping stone to the next brick down after that. Cool. Alright, so he's got himself a nice scowl going. Again, I want to do I'm going to do a chunk out of here. So that's just what I'm going to do. Do a further chunk here. Oh boy, that really bends, doesn't it? Let's put that right back where we found it. There we go. And we'll get this one here. And we'll get this one here. And actually, while we're at it, we'll clear off some of this garbage. So those are, in addition to being darker and everything, it's also like a 3D outcropping, like it's a physical line. There. Okay, so we've got this here, and I want it to go about this far. There we go. I can go there. And then up and out into this. No, let's use the right tools for the job. Get in here and get a nice flat line. I want all of that. There we go. And get a nice even incision here. Good. There goes the brick. Now let's clean out the guts. Clean them right out. Now it's all along that brick there and along here. So nice clean edges. Okay. So his mouth goes, and I might actually do something down here as well, but it's definitely going down here. And I think I'm going to retire this heating candle pretty soon, because it is not working for me anymore. It's causing me trouble. And instead, I think I could just use Swamp Thing as my heating candle. Oh, and I found out why this playlist is called. I was confused as to why I was hearing like fantasy, like epic fight songs mixed in with the spooky stuff, and it is called the Halloween Horror and Epic Mix. And I was like, I don't know if those two are, I don't know if those are the vibes that go together. They're two great tastes, but I don't know if they go great together. But that is apparently why it is that this one has like that sort of epic sounding music, because it's supposed to sound. I mean, they did it on purpose, I guess. It's a weird combo. Get that. And I honestly feel like this should go a little bit further. Because having two lines of bricks end at the same point just doesn't work for me. So I'm actually going to go and shave just a wee bit more off. That's my plan. Let's see what you make of it. Yeah. Flaming tool. This sounds like sci-fi grand scale. Like, alright guys, this ship is supposed to be an orbiter, but we've got to bring her down close to the surface if we're going to pick up those survivors. You're crazy! She's not made to maneuver that way. Well, have you got a better plan? Dun, 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 dun. And then they descend down into the atmosphere, even though the ship could never possibly do that shit, and, you know, that kind of thing. But that feels better to me. Having them not end at exactly the same line there. Having them come down a little bit. I don't know, just feels more right to me. And I think having some sort of drop down in the middle there too is also a good idea. Although part of me is like, nah, don't do that. And I think I'm going to list on that part. And it's not just because I'm lazy. It's because I really think that actually that might take away from the overall look of it. So, now we're getting into the blackening. And for the blackening, I'm going to do as I said and say goodbye to that candle, because it's just not doing it for me anymore. And instead, we're going to use the Swamp Thing. So I think the Swamp Thing is going to do a better job. And I need sooty, darkened wax. And we'll get it. We'll just take all the time. Just keep touching the fire. There we go. Actually, kind of perfect to be able to stand him on his head like this. this not only gives me the opportunity to darken out those corners and everything that's inside, it also gives me the chance to straighten the edges and make them look more rigid. And that's good for making it look like it's made out of stone blocks. So this part here serves two purposes. I was wondering, sir, would you mind getting just a bit darker for me? Could you? There we go. Would it be too terribly fucking much to ask of you to stay dark? Thank you. And actually, I wonder how viable an option this is. Because it's a larger, wider surface. That'll give me more viable flat planes that stay nice and flat. No. No, I sure collect a lot of gross black soot on there, though. Yeah, this is the superior tool. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. This is starting to look like something. See how I've got most of that like kind of darkened in? That's what I'm going for. Eventually he'll be quite nasty. In a way, the Swamp Thing here is sort of the organic version of this guy. He's the geometric version. A bit like dentistry. Scraping away the plaque. Of course, in most dentist office, they don't then mix it up and put it right back in there. That would be a dark and terrible crime, to my way of thinking. You go to the dentist's office just to have the goo in your mouth rearranged. They're like, oh, no, we're not taking it out. We're just kind of tossing it around a little bit. Excuse me. Oh, you didn't know that I sneeze like a lunatic? Yes. Yeah, I do. Yes, like an escaped mental patient. Part and parcel to who I am, I'm afraid. It's just part of the whole package. You either like it or you don't, you know? Good. I don't know. I can't figure out whether this stream technically should fall under makers and crafting or art. I noticed that much of the art category on Twitch is just people drawing big titty anime girls. And I was like, well, that's not my crowd. So I decided to go with makers and crafting on this, just because it felt like the category is I don't know. It's just a goddamn shame that that's all anybody seems to know how to draw on here. It's just... Everyone's so thirsty. Everyone's so very, very thirsty. I also noticed that there's about, I don't know, 4 times the viewership on art that there is on makers and crafting, which, as it is a single category, it's not like it's gaming is a category. No, each individual video game is a category, and so that is how it is determined if you will be seen or not. There are this many people streaming this game. You are also streaming this game. You have this many viewers, which puts you at the bottom of the list. Now you must rise to this many viewers. That puts you at the top of the list so that you can be seen, so that you can get more viewers. So you have to kind of go to the bottom of the list and start and claw your way up. Well, the number of people streaming in art, you're never getting anywhere. Because it's just tons and tons and tons. So I figured I might be able to gain a little bit more headway here. But I don't think anybody's actively watching me right now. I think... Because it says I have 1 viewer, and I think that was Laura. I lost everybody else when my computer fucked up. So maybe I should switch the stream to art. I don't know. I don't know what's the smart bet anymore. also think I had this weird illusion going in my head that Twitch was the Wild West. That YouTube had been settled and that Twitch was the Wild West. And honestly, I'm starting to feel like Twitch has been settled as well. I'm just a bit late to the party on this one. But it's hard to say. I may just not be as entertaining as I think I am. But that's alright. I can live with all of that. What's important is that this is exactly what I would be doing anyway. No. Actually, better than that. This isn't what I'd be doing. If I were left to my own devices, and I didn't feel like there was the potential of entertaining another person or reaching somebody on the opposite side of the world, I would be sitting and playing a video game by myself. And there isn't really a net gain from that, aside from, I suppose, entertainment, respite from the wearying factors of the world, and that's fine. Playing video games, there's nothing wrong with that. But I've done it a lot in my life. Because I'm on Twitch right now, because there's a potential that a random person from the internet somewhere around the world might tune in and watch my wacky little show, I'm doing something I wouldn't have done before. I never would have carved candles into wacky faces. I never would have created the Rook. And so there is something inherently beneficial about the fact that I'm doing this broadcast. It has encouraged me to do weird shit. And if there's one thing in the world that's worth doing, it's weird shit. Hey Laura, welcome back. There are some small perks to small town living. I would say that there are probably quite a few. For one thing, the great part about living in a small town is that there aren't as many people. And people, what a bunch of bastards. My little character is coming along quite nicely. The inside of his mouth is blackening out very well. Look at that. You ever do that thing while you're working on something where you where you stick out your tongue for no really apparent reason? Because I just did. Ah, Laura, that's a novel. I just love being able to walk everywhere if I want to. I can walk to get breakfast, I can walk to my pharmacy, I can walk to get ice cream. It'll be a bit longer of a trip, but if I could walk to the grocery store, I can walk to work, I can walk to my OBGYN. I live literally right across the street. If I frequented the bar scene, I can walk to those too. We have a small brewery in town, I can walk to that. It's great. Nice. Well, hopefully you won't be walking to the brewery or the bar anytime soon, given the fact that you've got a baby in you. But I get your meaning. This part is almost done, and honestly, that means the whole candle's almost done. I'm kind of excited. I'm excited to see him when he's all finished up. There we go. Darken down. Yes, 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 yes. Lovely, sooty, dark. Lovely corners. Good, good, good. Excellent, excellent. Now cool. This actually seems to work best if you work on more than one level at a time. Then you get the wax from more than one level. then each of them gets a chance to cool down. So the soot cools and hardens into the wax on each level, and then you can go put more soot into each level. Melt it again. I don't drunk much beer? Oh, really? And so I don't go terribly often, but the brewery is actually pretty cool. It's pretty small, built inside an old railroad station, remodeled beautifully. On Sundays they do euchre for fun in the fall winter, but seeing as I work Sundays now, I won't be doing that anytime soon. Yeah, well, that's a bummer. But I don't even know what euchre is. I've heard of it. I think it's a card game. Is it a card game? It's a card game, isn't it? I don't know. Come on now. We're so close. Just darken up. And no, I haven't been swimming in raw. I've been swimming in raw sewage. I love it. I love it. Alright, his mouth is blackened out all the way around. Oh, no, there's a missing piece right here. Oh, jeez, I fucked it up. I ballsed it real good, fellas. Swimming in raw sewage? Oh, it's a line from the movie The Naked Gun. If you haven't seen it, it's worth a watch. If you have seen it, it's worth a watch. If you haven't seen it, it's worth several watches. Naked Gun Part 2, I think, is actually which one that one's from, but it's a classic. Alright, so there's our scary boy. He's growly, he's mean, he's nasty, and he hates everything to do with Christmas. Yeah, 33 and a third is the weakest entry in the series, which one of them had to be, so I'm not too mad, but to be honest with you, it's weak. It's the weakest by like a fairly wide margin, which is the disappointing part. Like, if it could have been just like, yeah, this one's okay, you know, or this one's good, but the other ones are great, but instead it's just sort of a ho-hum. Alright. That's a cool looking dude, right? That's what I was thinking, is once I use up these candles, I could just melt down the wax that's left and make something of them. Chances are that I'll kick your scrawny ass. All right, that's my. I'm calling him done because I don't want to go all the way around the back and do all the extra lines and everything. I could, and I probably should. Fuck it, I'll do it. You convinced me. You twisted my arm. If we're gonna do this thing, we may as well do this thing right. You're right. When you're right, you're right, and you're always right. Flip this guy up just a little bit so you can see some more. There you go. And let's get this brick firmly established in the hearts and minds of our readers. Honestly, watched that once in my entire life. Spaceballs is a fucking classic. It should be right up there with like fucking Citizen Kane. It's a work of art. It's more than a Star Wars parody. It's high art. It's art that they made while they were quite high. Is my current prevailing theory. I mean, I've watched it more than enough for the both of us, but anything Mel Brooks is superior. Seriously. The guy was, I don't know, is he still around? Mel Brooks isn't dead yet, is he? This is just doing like weird scales and trills on the piano. But it does kind of mess with you. Okay, that's a whole line. That's a whole row worth of bricks. And we'll just work our way down the line like that. Hey, Nye Guy. Can you do me a favor and change the category of this stream to art? I want to see if I can catch some more fish that way. Because makers and crafting isn't catching me anybody, I'm afraid. Yes, sir. Art. The way I figure it, if people can call themselves artists while they're drawing big titty anime girls, I'm an artist. I'm just curious to see if we can meet anybody new today. It was nice to have Bone Shooter pop into the stream the other day. He seemed enthusiastic. Seemed like a nice guy too. Does the Dungeons and Dragons thing. You know I would do that shit if I had friends. Watched an art stream the other day that had me mesmerized. This guy was doing a pencil drawing of an elephant, and you wouldn't believe the amount of detail he was able to capture. This guy was insane. Yeah, the art category is insane. I avoid a lot of it, though, as I feel my drawings are highly shitty compared to what I see on there. Well, that's the thing. Here's the thing, is that I'm not comparing myself. I'm making jokes about the big titty anime girls, but I'm not actually comparing myself to the artistic skills of anybody else in the art category. Because it's the art category does not require you to be, and moreover, art as a whole does not require you to be some sort of god. Art requires you to want to convey something and to express it, and to try to get that feeling or that intended message across in some way to other people. And you're not always going to be the best at doing that, and that's okay. It's just, this is what I want to put out there to the world, so here goes nothing. And if you get very good at it, that's cool, that's awesome. But it is not a requirement, and it certainly is not any way in which to measure yourself when you're looking at the skills and talents of other people. That's sport. That's competition. I'm not here to compete. I'm here to share. That's the goal, anyway. That's the way I prefer to think of it. Oh boy. The cat is here, and I have no idea what he's doing. Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, there is this weird misconception that you have to be great to do art. Just because some people become great at art. You know, you can become great, or you can languish in any field. You can become great at math. You can become great at public speaking. Or you can be shit at those things your entire life. And that's okay. You don't have to be a great speaker. You don't have to be a great mathematician. But if you want to be good at something, and you aren't immediately, you're not going to get great at it by giving up. That's my great inspirational quote for the day. That's all I've got. And every last bit of it has been said before by somebody else. That's another great point. Everything that you do or try to do is probably already been done by somebody else before. So if you're doing it to be the first, or if you're doing it to be the greatest or whatever, there's almost always somebody else out there who's better at whatever it is that you're doing than you. That doesn't make it not worth doing. Just makes it not worth freaking out about. Just fucking do the thing you like. You draw cool stuff. You draw cute stuff. You draw cool, spooky stuff. I like your drawings. Jackson Pollock can suck my asshole. He didn't even do that shit because he thought it was good. He did it because he was drunk and he wanted money. Jackson Pollock was a pile of crap. If you were a member of Jackson Pollock's family, well, fuck you. I said it and I meant it. Fuck that guy. Jackson Pollock is the guy who spritzed paint all over the canvas. Like, threw buckets of paint at the canvas and was like, oh, art doesn't mean anything. I could do this. And it means just as much. Haha, you'll pay money for it. You guys sure are dumb. I'm gonna go get drunk. Fuck you, Jackson Pollock. Yes, he was right, but that's because he was selling to schmucks. Of course they would still buy it because they were fucking dumb. Most of the people who bought Pollock's art weren't interested in art. They were interested in making money off of art as well. That's not art, that's finance. Perceived value versus real value. Fuck you. Fuck Jackson Pollock. Fuck everybody who followed in his fucking footsteps. Fuck corporate art. Fuck. 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 What do you think about that? How does that make you feel? That's what I got for the back of this thing so far. There's my... Still need to do that top row. Or that second to top row. But you get the idea. We're coming along here. It's just like when I was a kid and I would draw a castle. Lines upon lines. Hey, baby, how you doing? Did you hear me screaming about Jackson Pollock and how I hate him? Is that what brought you forth? You're like, wow, he sounds really angry in there. What's his problem? Oh, he's ranting about Jackson Pollock again, isn't he? Oh, well, you're sweet. I'm sorry you're sore, baby. We're listening to the Spookums music again. Do you guys want to take a break and try some weird beer? Oh, boy. Oh, goodness. Hang on. I gotta use the Therapy Plus here. There we go, there's a Therapy Plus, just cleaning off all of that trash. It's good stuff, baby. It was barely audible out of the television, but okay. You guys are so weird with your jump scares. I'm using this to clean all of the wax off of my forearms before I go over to the thing and get the weird beer. Hey Siri, bright.
All set.
All right, and get my frosty mug here. Got my frosty mug, and I got my weird beer. So this is Ommegang Brewery's very special Game of Thrones edition Three-Eyed Raven. And again, Hey Siri, maybe not quite as bright.
Done.
Jesus Christ. Alright, let's not have that highlight right on it there. Can you see that? I submit that you cannot. It's like a... I don't even know how to explain it. It's some sort of night... It's the label's... It's very dark. Hey Siri, spookums.
All set.
There. Okay. Maybe you can see it now. This is not so bright in the ambient environment. But yeah, that's the bottle. Hey Siri, bright.
Okay.
And it comes in a big fancy bottle. Like what you... Alright then. Like a wine bottle. Or a champagne bottle. And you gotta pop the cork on it. But first I'm gonna read the description here. It says, official HBO licensed product 2020. Cool. Pour slowly so as not to disturb any yeast sediment, but with enough vigor to create a luxurious head and release the rich aromas. From the darkness I watch you, all of you, with 1,000 eyes and one, abiding in the shadows of this dark saison, lie beguiling and entrancing flavors of roasted malt, noble hop aromas, and spicy Belgian yeast. Let me see if I can hit you. Jesus! I barely touched it, and it... Oh, shit. I barely touched it, and it came fucking flying out of there. That is the beer that is all head. So they are not... They're like poured gently enough so as not to... What the fuck, guys? I got an idea. I got an idea. Hang tight. I'm gonna let that glass sit over there for a few, and I'm gonna use this one. Okay. Again, pour it gently enough. Gently. They're like, but with enough vigor to produce a large foamy head. I'm like, okay, well, I don't need that much vigor, do I? I just gently cradle the bottle and slowly pour, and you will get a large head of foam on that thing. That is gonna happen. The color is nearly opaque. When they say dark ale, I've got a light right behind it. Oh, it's almost purpley in color. Look at that. That's crazy. So it is very dark ale. The smell is like wine. It doesn't even smell like beer. It smells like wine. Herregud. Like grapes and fermentation, yeast, malt. This is going to be really good. Wow. Oh, oh. Wow. Okay, okay. Whew. Not only is this good, but the air coming out of your mouth after you drink it is good. And here's the baby. She wants to try it. All right. I'm going to let her try because she's going to sit there looking at me. So, the cat is here.
The cat also wants to try it.
The cat has come. He wants to try it too.
Oh, it smells... Oh. It smells like berries. Like ripe raspberries or something. Surprisingly light. For for such a dark beer. I'm getting some chocolates. I'm getting some stone fruits.
Nice hit of black pepper in there.
Some black pepper, some wine. Very, very nice. Would be good with dark chocolate.
Well, that's your glass now.
Oh, yay!
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
There's dark chocolate in the kitchen.
Dark chocolate time, baby.
I'm just saying. So in other words, you're going to be smashed by the end of this stream. I'm going to be sipping gently. On a big old mug of this for quite some time. I just gave Indigo that glass. We're at that much left, if you can see it moving in there. So we've already, just a glass is a fair bit of that bottle. Let's not get crazy here. I'm just, you know, we're gonna have a few drinks. It's gonna be fine. Again, I want to go through this thing in stages because there's more than one step to what's happening right here. So the bottle conditioning process that Ommegang does, and I actually read about this, how they do it. Bottle conditioning is when you add a small amount of active yeast to an already finished beer, and then pop that beer in the bottle and top it. And then that yeast begins to ferment, which causes another round of fermentation that results in increased carbonation and increased alcohol content, as well as some sweet, sugary flavors and some other changes to the overall taste of the beer. That's why these guys foam up so much. Ommegang beers tend to be very foamy because they're all bottle conditioned. And this one is no exception. And in fact, when you take a drink of it, that's what I was saying, when you drink it, you get a great flavor. And then when you breathe out, you get another great flavor. Because there is so much activity. And that's my new term. Instead of saying fizzy, because fizzy sounds childish, I'm going to say this is a very active beer. Because there is much happening in your mouth as you drink it. Every sip foams up in your mouth. It's like a tidal wave of different tastes, and the drink itself versus that foam have different flavors, and the way that they mix and interplay results in even more flavors. So there's so much going on every sip of this drink that it's a little hard to keep track of, and it would be overwhelming to a lot of people. I think Belgian style beer can be quite a lot for some people. But that's why a single mouthful takes 3 swallows for me to get through, because it foams up so much. It's like a process imbibing this particular beverage. But yeah, there's these rich wine-like flavors where you have this sort of almost a grapey, almost a tannin quality without so much bitterness. You get like a red wine, like a real dry red wine, and it can have like a deeply astringent effect on the mouth. This doesn't have that, but it does have just a little bit of a tannic factor. There's a little pucker in there. You get your bready flavors, like a nice loaf of some sort of dessert bread. You get the stone fruits, you get plums and apricots, and then you get the raisins and dates and all of those other dried preserved fruits. So all the sugars coming out, and yet it's not overwhelmingly sweet. Like Indigo said, it's surprisingly light for a dark beer in that its flavor profile is very celebratory. This would be a fantastic holiday beer because it has those spicy flavors and it has those sweet, sugary notes. It almost tastes like a Christmas kind of a beer to me. I really, really think that this one is absolutely phenomenal. I was terrified at the prospect of spending $20 on a bottle of beer, but well worth it. This right here is something special. Far better than the. Yeah, yeah. Well, there was that one saison that we had, and again, saison's not a dirty word. Most of the time, I like saisons. That's why I bought that beer, the Gin Barrel Saison. I thought it was going to be great. Then there was a Foder Saison or a Fader Saison or Foder Saison. I don't know how to properly pronounce it, but I've tried a couple of them that have been sour saisons. No, that's not what I'm looking for. What I want is that barnyard quality. I want that farmhouse ale taste, but I want the spices, and that's saisons are the ones that have the spices in them. So I was expecting something like this, and then instead I got, and it was just dreadful, and I didn't care for it at all. So this right here is a saison done right, and actually, technically speaking, no, it's a saison done wrong because it's darker, it's richer, it's more powerful, like a dark brown ale, bordering on stout territory, and yet oh so good. You can do something differently without doing it wrong. So I would say this is a different saison done very right, and I approve. I approve 100%. Fucking thrilled with this. But make no mistake, I will probably have a headache because, again, I'm tasting that tannic factor from. Hate to leave you at this point, but I'm heading out to dinner. Oh, okay. Well, have a good night, Laura. Maybe we'll see you after dinner. Maybe we won't. And both of those scenarios are okay. But have a good night. Let's see here. Let's get back to the craft screen. Let's get some music back on. And instead of playing weird epic music, I think I'd rather listen to Ghost Stories Incorporated, the royalty-free Hoarder Tracks, a collection of tracks by Ghost Stories Incorporated, a project by Mark V/D Mullen. Okay, well then now you know. And I actually am going to go to screen share, display capture. There we go. Yes. And then let's go to transform, fit to screen. Okay, so I want you to go to YouTube and then type in royalty free horror. One of the first things that's going to come up, 1 hour royalty free horror music by Mark V/D Mullen. This is where I found my creepy songs for my playlist that I've been playing, and I think they're definitely worth you checking out if you want something that is spooky for a background of your project. If you're going to play a game of Dungeons and Dragons or something like that, give this one a shot because it's a good time. I'm quite pleased with it, and I think you will be as well. So that is my story, and I'm sticking to it. I don't just take shit. I give people credit. That's how I roll. Let's see here. So this is again not quite done. There's a few things I want to fix on him. For one thing, I want to tidy up some of this nonsense. But more importantly than that, I don't know if you've noticed, this row up here is not finished. It is unacceptable. Inadmissible. And we will correct this. Are you enjoying the beer, babe?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Good. Good, good, good. I just ate all the dark chocolate. There was not that much left. So I would not feel particularly bad about that. Good. As well you should be. I need... It's time to relax and enjoy the evening. I agree. It is that time. I was wondering, because I'm listening to the music and I'm thinking, that's pretty good violin. And then I was like, oh, it's probably not real violin. It's probably synthesized. And then when I check the guy's page, there he is with a violin in his hands. So it's very definitely real violin, which is pretty rad. That's a legit skill to have. I certainly never learned. Any musical instrument is pretty cool in my estimation, though. I think any musical instrument is going to be exceedingly difficult for anybody to pick up. I mean, some people are just natural musicians. Some people have great manual dexterity, or they have a fabulous attention span, or I don't know. There's any number of different attributes that would lead one to be a great musician. But I do not have a natural aptitude for it. I would say that I am one of those people who would have to really, really work at guitar, because I tried and failed spectacularly. Mostly out of lack of sticking to it. If I had made more of an effort, I think I probably would have actually been able to pick it up to some extent. But I think I was in a high school. And I didn't take much of anything seriously in high school, I'm afraid. And it was about partway through high school that I got a girlfriend who I then constructed my entire identity around, which is just not a good choice anytime. And so she became my focus. And that's why I went away to college. That's why I did a lot of things. Just to be with this girlfriend. And then she dropped my ass like a sack of potatoes. And I learned. So... in retrospect, I think I probably should have paid more attention on the guitar. I don't think it's nearly. I don't think it's even remotely possible for someone to suck at as many things as you seem to think that you suck at, Night Guy. I think what you need is patience. I think you need to stop saying that you suck at things, and you need to give things time. Well, you certainly have a knack for survivalist planning. And you want to know why you've been so successful at that? Interest and diligence. It's something that interests you, something that holds your interest indefinitely. And so it's something that you continue to invest your time in. So I recommend you find a couple more things just like that. A couple more things that genuinely keep you into them. And then stick with them. The way you have the cool prepping stuff that you do. Because I never get very good at anything that doesn't hold my interest either. I think that's just how some of us learn. Come on. Come on. There we go. Nice and darkened. Come on. In there. I want to do polymer clay sculpting? That would be cool. I want to do weird shit in epoxy. Can you give me one of those vacuum things for Christmas? Yeah, that'll do. That's enough trees for the spotted owl. Yeah, sure. I'm just good at prepping stuff because I like zombies and the outdoors, honestly. I'd still say I'm pretty close to amateur level. I disagree. I think you are beyond amateur level on that stuff, and that's my point exactly. It's things that you like, things that hold your interest. And that's the key, finding the things that hold your interest. And it's not always easy. If you're a multifaceted individual with split interests, then you are going to have trouble getting good at anything. I know, because that's me. I've got a lot of very divided interests, and I lose focus very quickly. And then I wind up in the situation where I'm not making use of the thing that I spent money on to try to get good at it, or the thing that I tried to learn. I bought a fucking guitar. That was a waste of money, wasn't it? Only because I didn't use the damn thing. Would have been a waste at all if I'd actually put it to use. But I got bored of trying and hurting my fingers. I was like, oh, my fingers hurt. I guess I'd better rest them. Go play video games with same fingers. good one there. There we go. Some of this, the key to this seems to be the flame. The type of flame that you've got going. If you've got a low flame, you're not going to get a lot of smoke out of it. And if you don't get a lot of smoke, then you don't get very sooty wax. Okay. So that's that row. We're close to the bottom here. So we'll just keep going on this one. It's very tough when you want to learn a million things at once. I had to learn how to do this whole Stream Deck thing, but I already knew how to operate cameras, and I already knew how to operate computers, and I already knew how to operate microphones. I just needed to learn how to put it all together, make it work. My guy, you didn't go to school for television and film production, and you stream. You picked it up like that. There's something you're good at. Something you picked up quickly as well. I keep seeing the tablecloth move and thinking that Cedar is looking up at me from over there. You just use the most basic setup. The most basic setup still includes setting up an audio input, a video input, and a game input. That's 3 input sources. How many people do you suppose know how to tether together 3 different audio-visual devices into one functioning unit and then broadcast that shit onto a network? Because I'll let you in on a little secret. I went to college for that shit. So, give yourself some fucking credit, man. This is why you don't think you're good at anything. Even when you are good at something, you won't give yourself some credit for it. And I know how it is. You don't want to become a proud bastard. So you don't feel like you can have any pride at all. But you can have a little pride and not be a complete asshole. You're good at something. Cheers. Reaches through the television. How dare you call me good at something? Strangles me. Oh, God, my guy, no! Ethan, please! We've been friends for years now. I never give myself credit. Too much like being nice to myself. Gotta thrive on self-hatred. I've been down that road, dude. You're gonna hit 35 or so and be like, oh shit, no, I'm alright after all. And then you're gonna be like, Fuck, I wasted a lot of time. Does this need another... Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Shit. Shit pants. You know what, though? I'm not even mad. And you know why I'm not even mad? Because this is going to look fucking awesome when I'm done with it. It looks fucking awesome already. But it's going to look even more fucking awesome when I'm done with it. And I'm fucking excited about that. Once this thing is finished, this is going to be one of the cooler things I've ever made. Finishes piece, looks at it. It's garbage! Utter garbage! And throws it at the wall. I don't plan to be alive at 35. Fucking hell. How old are you now, my guy? I assumed he was referring to the Mad Maxian future we all look forward to. 23. Okay. You've got 12 years. Admittedly, Mad Max could be here in the next 20. But I don't think it's going to go down quite that level for another 40 or 50. So I think you're still going to be around. Well, if you're thinking about that sort of thing, man, I might say that you need to talk to somebody. You know? Because I know you're joking, but humor is based in some level of real emotion. And if I told you that I had never been suicidal in my life, I'd be a fucking liar. So I can see those signs a mile off. And if that's what you're talking about, you should be talking to somebody. And I mean like somebody professional. Because stuff like that will creep up on you, and then you'll be too afraid to say it to somebody. And things will get worse. And then you'll definitely be too afraid to talk to somebody about it. And then you might make an attempt. And you might be successful. Okay. If that's all that it is, and you're just being humorous, dark humorous, then that's fine. I'm just saying, if you are having thoughts, genuine thoughts like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not here to judge you. Like I've been there. So if you are having thoughts like that, you should talk to somebody. If you had thoughts like that, but you're not having them anymore, cool, good. I used to not plan to be around this long too. That makes me worried. Because you're a good dude. And I want a chance to meet you. Have you show me around some of the creepy castles in your area. A haunted forest, maybe. Go do some camping out there. That kind of shit. Yeah, man. I just want you to know that you are loved. Like, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I meet random strangers in my store, and I meet random strangers here on the internet. I don't really hang out with those random strangers from the store, and some of the people on the internet stick around, some people fuck off. But you have become more than just some guy on the internet to me. You have become a friend. So I want you around. And if there's anything that's going to jeopardize that, I'm going to fight it. I'm going to fight for you. So, stick with us, buddy. I have thoughts like that. Sometimes I want us to stop thinking what I'd be like without me around. I do. I think about that sort of thing too. And sometimes when I'm, on my way into work or whatever, I wonder. I wonder what the hell the goddamn point is, and I wonder how long am I gonna feel like this? How long am I gonna feel like everything is scary? How long do I have to feel like this? But I realize those feelings are based in fear and anxiety. Those feelings aren't based in a desire to no longer be in this world. Those feelings are a desire for this world to change and to get better. I am tired all the time. I'm frustrated. I'm depressed. I'm angry. I'm any number of things. But I don't want me to go away. I want all of that shit to go away. That's the problem. So, I just try to remind myself of that when I'm feeling like real down. Because there's a lot of good stuff still around. And I think I'm alright. I'm an okay dude. I'm pretty happy with me. So, I just want a fucking break. I want COVID gone. I want the alt-right gone. I want toxic masculinity gone. I want a lot of things changed and fixed. But I'm pretty good with me. As much self-deprecating humor as I may employ, the truth is, I'm pretty okay with me. It's just haven't had a lot of the good stuff the others have, and it makes me question the point of trying sometimes. I get that. I really do. I absolutely get that. Futility is a concept you deal with day in, day out if you work in retail. There is no point to what I do. I sell people phones. At the end of the day, if they get their phone, if they don't get their phone, it doesn't matter. And that makes me feel like what I'm doing has no meaning, has no purpose. But then I think about what it would be like to do something of genuine consequence. What if I was a surgeon and I did surgery wrong and somebody died from that shit? Wouldn't that be even worse? So then you have to ask yourself the question of, well, what's the happy medium for you? Where's the middle ground? And so I want to do something that involves helping people in some way, but not, not some major life-altering way that is going to be terrible if they don't get it. I just want to do something with a little bit more consequence than selling phones. That's why I thought it might be fun to switch into teaching at my job, because we teach classes on how to use your computers and your phones and stuff like that. And we also teach kids how to draw with iPads and express themselves creatively with music and that kind of thing. And I thought those things would help make me feel like what I'm doing had some consequence. The only problem is that shit's all been shut down all year because of fucking COVID. So I'm just going out of my skull selling phones when I want to be doing something that means something. That's been the hardest part of my year, is just trying to get a sense of me doing something good for people. Me doing something that has a lasting impact, or that matters. And that's where this comes in. You know, I've got my Twitch stream, and I meet people from around the world, and I talk to them about some stuff that's just bullshit, nonsense stuff, and some stuff that's really, you know, important and meaningful, like what we're talking about right now. It's okay to just goof around sometimes, just make new friends and have fun. But if I can talk to somebody who's genuinely having a rough time and maybe improve their day, that's a win. It's a big win. So I feel like this has more meaning than what I'm doing for professional work right now. That's kind of fucking bonkers. But what do you want to do, man? Where do you want to go? Because that's the real thing. If you figure out what you want, even the tiniest step towards it feels so much better than anything else. If what you want is to get a big, high-profile, prestigious job or whatever, and you start putting in applications, and you know, hear back from some of those places, that's a big step, and it feels amazing. If what you want is to start a family, and you meet somebody who you know also wants to start a family, and they talk with you about how they would raise their kids compared to how other people raise their kids and stuff like that, you feel like, okay, I'm taking steps towards the future that I want to build for myself. If your goal is to move to Norway and live in a little hut by the fjords, and your girlfriend starts talking about, hey, you know what, I might actually really like to try moving out of this country, and it sure does look pretty in those Norwegian countrysides. That feels pretty fucking excellent. So, you know, finding out what you want is a big step of that, in that journey. My whole effort of doing good is why I do Twitch modding. I get to meet cool people and actually have a purpose. Honestly, I have no idea if I'll ever know that. My current plan is to just build a little cabin in the woods and maybe have a family there someday. That second part is a lot more difficult than expected, though. Yeah, it is. Meeting somebody who you connect with, and if I said that I had brilliant insight into that, I'd be stringing you along. It's just lucky that I met Indigo. I'm just lucky that I met Indigo. 'Cause, like, I've been looking wrong all along. Like, I was chasing after, like, a specific type of girl, and it was not Indigo. And now that I'm with her, I'm like, oh, the fuck was I doing? You know, like, it's all quite obvious and plain for me now, but it wasn't at the time, and you don't know what works until you find it, and that sucks. But the only way to find it is to get out there and look for it. And you're stuck in this shitty situation where we got all this goddamn viral bullshit going on. All you want to do is go out there and meet a girl. Like, shit. That's not even your fault. Like, it's one thing when it was me when I was a kid and I was just being an idiot and I didn't know how to talk to girls. That's one thing. You can fix that. You can work on that. You can realize that women are just people and you can just talk to them like fucking people. And then you can get good at it. But when you can't talk to any of them because you can't go anyplace because everything's fucking locked down because of a virus, that's not really on you, is it? You know, that's just you being stuck at the hands of fate and happenstance, and it sucks. It truly sucks. What is what sound? I'm scraping the table.
Oh, that must be it.
I had to do some scrapings. That's my boy right there. I reckon he's all done. Right? Did I miss a spot? Alright, well, let's get this. Are you going out of fucking gas? Not a chance. Come on. Got like a pocket lighter that's lasted 4 years. You're not out of gas. You're not out of gas, you bastard. Hey Siri, lights out. Check this shit
All
out.
set.
I turned off my screen, so if you're saying anything, I can't see it. Sorry about that, but it's necessary for this. Oh my god, there's something stuck to the bottom of this one. There we go. That will sit still. And then this one here will also. There we go. Alright. Turning the TV back on so I can actually see what you're saying. But that's what I got. Got all my crazy candles here. And I'm pretty happy with them. Ghostly Boy candle looks like Oogie Boogie. A little bit. It's got a kind of an Oogie Boogie vibe going on. I'll give you that. Turn this thing out. Alright, get that. And there we go. Oh, just wait till you see the Rook melted down a little bit. He's going to be so friggin' cool. I'm really excited about him. Oh, looks like Skelepiton went out. Scully, no! I'm gonna fix this. Uh-oh. Hey Siri, bright.
Okay.
That'll melt down in the middle there at some point or another. Like it'll get down further in, and then it'll be okay. You just wait and see. But we still have this one, And we still have this one. So we could, theoretically, still do more candles. Or, I could read to you from some H.P. Lovecraft. It's entirely up to you. Well, this guy was originally supposed to be a soul, so I thought you were talking about him. Oh boy. There we go. Poured myself a fresh beverage. You could carve a wooden axe head and make that long candle like a handle for it. So you're suggesting that I combine this and this into, I mean, that's less an axe and more a hammer. But I still kind of love the idea. Would you be alright if it were a hammer? Because we could try to make Mjolnir. That would be even more ambitious than what we've done with the fucking rook there, dude. Made an actual axe head shaped stand for the handle, but a hammer would be cool. Axe head shaped stand for the handle, but a hammer would be cool. Oh, so you mean like take this guy, make it into an axe head, and then have this be the candle coming up out of it? Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna modify that and make it a hammer, but I actually like the idea. I like the idea quite a bit. So we're going forward with the idea. Big enough for a double bit axe. I don't like double bit axes. I want a hammer. I'm making a hammer. Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drill a hole partially into it. And if you think I can't do such a thing, well, then you clearly don't know me. Because I'm crazy. And I will do that shit. And the process of doing so is less complicated than you think. Starts out like this. No, incorrect. It starts out like this. Because I actually have a drill bit here for some reason. Why is unclear. I'm not sure why you would need a drill bit style thing in a clay toolkit, but here we are. There's the drill. Good. Now we will do it again with this guy. Only that far. It's about halfway in. then we will go in with this guy. Then we'll go in with this guy. Then this guy. The wax carving is satisfying? So, do you think this was a decent premise for a stream? Is that what you're saying? Or do you mean like that particular instance of wax carving was satisfying? Well, you are awful sweet, ain't you? Alright, so. Close, but not quite. It's going to take a little bit to bore this out. But it is working. Come on, that's coming along well. The music is helping. You guys think so? Nice. A bit tense. Now fits in there, and then we would just heat it and fill in wax around it. Like a glove! So I think that worked just fine. The really involved part. The bottom needs to have a flat part for safety. Oh, well, you're no fun at all. Fine. You know what? No. Here's the thing. The bottom does need to have a flat part for safety, and you're right about that. But what I can do is pour out some wax and then set this onto it. And that will be the flat part that it gets. But I'm going to make this thing as though it's going to be an actual, like, hammerhead. So this part needs flattening. I'm going to melt wax onto the table. And then I'm going to slap this down into it so that it sits flat. But while actually making the hammerhead, I'm going to make it as though it's a functional hammerhead. Is the music too loud? Are you guys having trouble hearing me over it? But why? Because I said so. You do you and I'll do me. Uppity, 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 up. Exactly, babe. Hey, Wick. I'm gonna cut you. Or else I'm gonna try to. And then I'm gonna fail miserably on it. There we go. A butter knife. Everyone should have one. So much wax everywhere. Oh! I didn't think of this. As long as I'm showing off my Ommegang beer, I may as well be showing off my fabulous Ommegang Brewery coaster. That's right. It's a coaster. And it's got the Rare Voss logo on it. And I love it. I love it. So I'm putting my beer on it. It's a nice meaty coaster, too. I get a feeling that it ain't going to come apart easily. Anyway. this to be a nice deep divot here. Oh my god. There it is. That's a nice deep divot. Who doesn't like a nice deep divot? A proper channel, if you will. Okay. So that goes all the way around. Do it again here. And you know what? Alright, I got a crazy idea. And it's just crazy enough to work. That's a mighty fine divot. Do we want to make this thing round or do we want to make it square? Because if we made it square, we wouldn't have to worry at all about making sure that we flattened off one edge of this nicely rounded piece. I think square might be the way to go. And I'm not entirely sure how to go about it. But I think nah, guy, this was a fucking brilliant idea. I'm thrilled. Your idea of taking the two candles and combining them together is just fucking sweet. I've never been an axe guy so much as I've been a hammer guy, but the idea of having one axe be, or one candle be sort of the handle of the other candle is just fucking dope. Yeah, this knife it's doing its job. Then again, we are cutting wax, so it's not, you know. It's not like a huge fucking... I'm not asking much. You know what I mean? This is gonna undo a lot of our boring. Now, if I were any kind of professional, I would have done some measurements and shit, but I'm not, so here we are. I'm okay with it. I hope you are. Thanks for coming along for the ride. I also would have been using monofilament instead of a pocket knife that is nowhere near the length of this. Well, actually, it's right about. This does things to my forearms that I don't care for. Okay. This is how we're doing it now. It's going to be tapered on one side. It's no longer a symmetrical hammer. I wanted it to be, but it's not. And that's just an unfortunate fact of life. The consequence of doing the sort of things we've been doing. Sort of rounded. Sort of rounded. Sort of rounded. And sort of rounded. So, this goes in here, and this becomes a hammer. I need to dig down deeper now, and I think my playlist just ended, so I'm gonna pick a new thing. There we go. Oh, oh my God! Gonna need to dig this a little bit deeper. Remember how this thing was broken in the last stream? Super glue. Super glue has actually reaffixed it to the wood. I was not expecting it to hold as well as it has either, but it holds better than their original, whatever the hell they made this thing out of originally. My super glue method works better. So whoever's working at that there factory, maybe get yourself a little thing of Loctite. I don't know. Oh, no. He's further boring. It's the name of my next YouTube channel, by the way. Further boring. Try it again. Shoom. Yep, it's in there. And it's in there good. Handle even looks like a different material from the hammerhead, which is fabulous. Need to clean some of this up. And I got a big old bowl here to put this stuff into. This room is going to need a lot of attention when I finish this particular stream. This has been a very messy little series. But that's okay. I've actually been really happy with the results of it. Clean up them forearms. Clean up them hands. This little brushy guy is a godsend for this. There we go. Alright. I don't know if you realize this. My little character here, the Rook, is about to start crying. When the wax gets low enough, I believe these will be consumed, and I believe that tears will start to roll down from his face, which was part of my plan. I also want him to froth at the mouth when he's complete. But I think I think he's worked out exactly as I hoped he would. And we should see that within the stream. So I've got him running, because I was hoping you'd get a chance to actually see that happen. But let's see here. I need to re-angle this a little bit. This song, I think, is 100% inspired by one of the songs from 28 Days Later. Whether they realized they were doing it or not, I think they chomped quite a bit of flavor from inside the house. It's just like one of the last tracks on the 28 Days Later soundtrack. In a heartbeat. That's it. Doesn't it? The fact that it's climbing like that, this is definitely, this is in a heartbeat. Bless you. Okay, that's better, and when it lies flat, bless you. Still too. Night guy says bless you. There. It's not immensely stable, but it is at least. There you go. Good. Oh. What I want to do is get like a cheese grater and just do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rub it around like this for a while, and I'm going to see if that flattens the one side out the way I want it to be flattened out. Because I don't want it wobbling. Good. Okay, now it stands up. I know, the 28 Days Later soundtrack is phenomenal. It's one of the first movie soundtracks I ever bought. I got it on CD because I'm old. Old enough to be a granddad. Okay, so I got that. Now, we're going to remake those. No, no, sonny boy, I'm old enough to be a granddad. A dear old grandpappy. Yes, sir, that's me. Grandpa Pat. I think the old man's finally lost it. That's possible. Been losing it for quite a while now. It's so fucking hot in here. Hot enough to be a granddad. Got that. Good. I'm going to do it again over here. I don't know. Right now I'm an old man and I'm quite hot, so I wouldn't know that from nothing. I'm just a simple fella. Was warmer than he'd like to be. Yes, sir. It's quite warm in this room. Between the heat being put out by the television and the computer and the candles, when you put it all together, it's quite warm in here. Quite a bit warmer than I care to be. Usually I like to keep myself pretty cold. The fire is lit in the living room? Well, what's the temperature like over there? Because it's October after all, so I guess I could imagine it getting quite hot or quite cold. I mean. There we go. So this is supposed to be kind of rounded. Was my goal. So I would have nice square ends, but then kind of rounded inserts here. But they built a fire anyway? If it's unusually warm, then why build a fire? Your stepmom could get cold on the surface of the sun. Alright, well, then there you have it. They're doing the same thing again. In a heartbeat, it's doom, 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 and in this one, it's bloom, doom, bloom, doom, bloom, doom. They're basically just playing the same song upside down. Not if we only got 2 people. Not much point raiding if there's only two of us. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, you see what I'm doing here is deliberately exposing this to heat and melting it just a little bit to give it some nice rounded corners. Yep, just smoothing it. The rewards queue? Sure. Actually, using my own palm to smooth this out. Hey, Agent Enemy, welcome back. My guy had a smashing good idea. So, we decided to combine our last two candles. And it goes a little something like this. It's a hammer. Walk me. We also tried an absolutely fabulous beer. Omagong's Three-Eyed Raven, which I guess is themed after something from Game of Thrones, but I wouldn't know anything about that. But yeah, this is my little hammer here. And if I do it right, I think it'll actually look really cool. First things first, though, I want to put some sigils on the side of it or something. I want it to have cool symbols. We just tried to get Chipotle and the line was out the door in the parking lot. That's also madness. It is. I honestly, I don't even want to put designs on it. I just really love the shape of it. I'm just really happy with how that came out, you know? I was actually thinking what I would do is put some of this crud in here, right? And then do this. And at the same time, do some of this. And then do more of this. And then once I felt that I'd gotten a good quotient of liquid wax in here, I would stick them together like that, take it apart again, do it again, and then stick it together again. Just straight, but not quite straight. And then just straight that way. And then probably pour even more on there. Hey Lynn, how you doing? You're just in time to see the end of our coolest project yet. This is wax welding. Tired? You just get finished with work? Intense shift as per usual. Well, it's all good experience and useful knowledge applicable towards future ventures. Oh, that's a plus. Lynn, wait till you see what we've made here. But essentially what I'm doing is literally wax welding at the moment. And I'm using my own thumb in the molten wax to make sure that it comes together powerfully. Oh yeah, we got the bendy lighter when we were headed out to go camping. I thought it would be good for setting up campfires and stuff. Okay, we're almost ready. almost there. Boom! The wax hammer. It's perfect. It's awesome is what it is. I'm absolutely fucking thrilled with this thing. I think it's the best. So I'm going to use this guy to melt down these corners. All of this was a reveal. Yes. The way that you came in at exactly the right moment for that to be like, what the hell is going on my screen? I don't know what's happening. Oh, I guess we'll find out in a minute. I'm literally just smoothing this with my palms at this point. It's the time of night to take Tylenol PM and eat a Hot Pocket. Fuck yeah, Jenny. You get it. Have a good sleep. Just rounding off the edges here, just using my palms to rub the corners smooth. Babe, have you seen this? Have you seen the hammer?
No. I was kind of napping. Oh, that's really cool. I love that. Should do cool like carvings and like Celtic or Nordic carvings.
You see how I welded it?
That's really cool. That's
Molten
awesome.
wax is
Cedar
holding it
is
together.
looking at it. He's like, whoa.
Cedar's fascinating. I wonder what could be done with such
Can
an
I
item.
eat it as a food?
Is it food? I do like food.
Maybe there's chicken inside of it. Cedar.
It could be. Could be full of chicken. Oh boy. Alright, there's our friend, and as you can see, the first vestiges of wax will be coming through here any minute now. There it goes. Oh, how he'll weep. There. That's what I built him for, baby. The whole plan was to make that stone man cry. It is kind of sad. But his story is sad when you think about it. Trapped in a terrible stone body. This, on the other hand, is cool. Bleh. 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 And then I can take more of this and I can go drizzle, drizzle. And it'll melt it. Or I can pick this up. Picking it up. Picking it up. It's all going in the wax bucket. This gets melted down and turned into other stuff, and it's gonna be a real good, cool time. But yeah, over the next several hours, this guy is going to cry out pools of wax, and then after that, he's going to foam at the mouth with fury. And that's the idea of my little character. I could just leave the stream running with his face on it. I just feel like this is him. This is the whole stream. It's just like candle stream. Hi guy. Would you do a brother a favor and change the stream to just chatting? Because we're done arting. And now it's time for farting. I'm gonna read some Lovecraft. If you were able to make a mold with raised lines in it, you could mold your logo into a candle. I have often thought about doing just that thing. Okay. We're now set for just chatting. Then the time has come for Lovecraft. And I shall give you a choice. Can you change the title of the stream to Reading Lovecraft for Halloween? Hey Siri, spookums.
All set.
I don't know if I'll be able to read in this, but we'll do our best. Or Halloween Lovecraft reading. I don't know. The complete fiction of H.P. Lovecraft. And I'm going to let you guys choose, so let me know if any of this reaches out to you. We've read The Beast in the Cave. What about The Alchemist? The Tomb. Dagon. A Reminiscence of Dr. Samuel Johnson. Polaris. Beyond the Wall of Sleep. Memory. Old Bugs. The Transition of Juan Romero. The White Ship. The Street. The Doom That Came to Sarnath. The Statement of Randolph Carter. The Terrible Old Man. I think we actually already read that one. The Cats of Ulthar. The Tree. Salaphais. The Picture in the House. Also, Twitch are finally doing my kind of marketing. They just gave me an ad for whiskey called Wee Beastie. Oh, fantastic. The Wee Beastie is by Ardbeg Distillery, I believe. Ardbeg's an excellent distillery. Their Corryvrecken was a very peaty. Very satisfying. Let's see here. The facts concerning the late Arthur Jermyn and his family. From Beyond. Nyarlathotep. The Quest of Iranon. The Music of Eric Zahn. Ex Oblivion. Sweet Ermengarde. I think we already read The Nameless City. The Outsider. The Moonbog. Any of these working for you guys? Seriously, just pick one. Pick one. It's great. The Other Gods. Azathoth. Herbert West, Reanimator. Hypnos. What the Moon Brings. The Hound. The Lurking Fear. The Rats in the Walls. The Unnameable. The Festival. Outsider? Alright, well, you've done it. Page 178. No, 176. Sorry. 176. Very good. These are, they're not big, are they? The Outsider. Oh, there's a caption here. It says, "That night the Baron dreamt of many a woe, and all his warrior guests with shade and form, of witch and demon and large coffin worm, were long benightmared." Keats. Unhappy is he to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. Wretched is he who looks back upon lone hours in vast and dismal chambers, with brown hangings and maddening rows of antique books, or upon odd watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic, and vine-encumbered trees that silently wave twisted branches far aloft. Such a lot. The cat is just outside the door, like pushing around his food ball. That is the little noise that you're hearing. Hardly befitting the works of Lovecraft, sir. He fucked off. Such a lot the gods gave to me. To me, the dazed, the disappointed, the barren, the broken. And yet, I am strangely content, and cling desperately to those sere memories when my mind momentarily threatens to reach beyond to the other. I know not where I was born, save that the castle was infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages and having high ceilings where the eye could find only cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and there was an accursed smell everywhere, as of the piled-up corpses of dead generations. It was never light, so that I used sometimes to light candles and gaze steadily at them for relief. Nor was there any sun outdoors, since the terrible trees grew high above the topmost accessible tower. There was one black tower which reached above the trees into the unknown outer sky, but that was partly ruined, and could not be ascended save by a well-nigh impossible climb up the sheer wall, stone by stone. I must have lived years in this place, but I cannot measure the time. Beings must have cared for my needs, yet I cannot recall any person except for myself, or anything alive but the noiseless rats and bats and spiders. I think that whoever nursed me must have been shockingly aged, since my first conception of a living person was that of something mockingly like myself, yet distorted, shriveled, and decaying like the castle. To me, there was nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons that strewed some of the stone crypts deep down among the foundations. I fantastically associated these things with everyday events, and thought them more natural than the colored pictures of living beings which I found in many of the moldy books. From such books, I learned all that I know. No teacher urged or guided me, and I do not recall hearing any human voice in all those years. But not even my own. But I'm sorry, I'm doing this in spooky lighting, and actually, I'm like misreading things because it's a bit dim. Perhaps I have to bring the candle a bit closer. Yes, I think that's wise. Come here, you. Thank you. For although I had read of speech, I have never thought to try and speak aloud. My aspect was a matter equally unthought of, for there were no mirrors in the castle, and I merely regarded myself by instinct as akin to the youthful figures I saw drawn and painted in the books. I felt conscious of youth because I remembered so little. Outside, across the putrid moat and under the dark mute trees, I would often lie and dream for hours about what I read in the books, and I would longingly picture myself amidst gay crowds in the sunny world beyond the endless forest. Once I tried to escape from the forest, but as I went farther from the castle, the shade grew denser and the air more filled with brooding fear, so that I ran frantically back lest I lose my way in a labyrinth of nighted silence. So through endless twilights I dreamed and waited, though I knew not what I waited for. Then, in the shadowy solitude, my longing for light grew so frantic that I could rest no more, and I lifted entreating hands to the single black ruined tower that reached above the forest into the unknown outer sky. And at last, I resolved to scale that tower, fall though I might, since it were better to glimpse the sky and perish than to live without ever beholding day. In the dank twilight, I climbed the worn and aged stone stairs till I reached the level where they ceased, and thereafter clung perilously to small footholds leading upward. Ghastly and terrible was that dead, stairless cylinder of rock, black, ruined, and deserted, and sinister with startled bats whose wings made no noise. But more ghastly and terrible still was the slowness of my progression, for climb as I might, the darkness overhead grew no thinner, and a new chill, as of haunted and venerable mold, assailed me. I shivered as I wondered why I did not reach the light. I would have looked down, had I dared. I fancied that I might have come suddenly upon me, and vainly groped with one free hand for a window embrasure? Ah, that's a new word for me. A window embrasure. That I might peer out and above to try to judge the height I had attained. All at once, after an infinity of awesome, sightless crawling, up that concave and desperate precipice, I felt my head touch a solid thing, and I knew I must have gained the roof, or at least some kind of floor. In the darkness, I raised my free hand and tested the barrier, finding it stone and immovable. Then came a deadly circuit of the tower, clinging to whatever holds the slimy wall could give, till finally my testing hand found the barrier yielding, and I turned upward again, pushing the slab or door with my hand as I used both hands in fearful ascent. Oh, pushing the thing with my head as I used both hands in fearful ascent. Lost myself. There was no light revealed above, and as my hands went higher, I knew that the climb was for the nonce ended, since the slab was the trap door of an aperture leading to a level stone surface of greater circumference than the lower tower, no doubt the floor of some lofty and capacious observation chamber. I crawled through carefully, and tried to prevent the heavy slab from falling back into place, but failed in the latter attempt. As I lay exhausted on the stone floor, I heard the eerie echoes of its fall, but hoped, when necessary, to pry it open again. Believing I was now at a prodigious height, far above the accursed branches of the wood, I dragged myself up from the floor and fumbled about for windows, that I might look for the first time upon the sky, and the moon and stars, of which I had read, but only ever. But on every hand was a disappointment, since all that I found were vast shelves of marble, bearing ominous oblong boxes of disturbing size. More and more I reflected and wondered what hoary secrets might abide in this high apartment, so many eons cut off from the castle below. Then, unexpectedly, my hand came upon a doorway, where hung a portal of stone, rough with strange chiseling. Trying it, I found it locked, but with a supreme burst of strength I overcame all obstacles, and I dragged it open inward. As I did so, there came to me the purest ecstasy I've ever known, for shining tranquilly through an ornate grating of iron, and down a short stone passageway of steps that transcended from the newly found doorway, was the radiant full moon, which I had never before seen in dreams and in vague visions I dared not call memories. Fancying now that I had attained the very pinnacle of the castle, I commenced to rush up the few steps beyond the door, but the sudden veiling of the moon by a cloud caused me to stumble, and I felt my way more slowly in the dark. It was still very dark when I reached the grating, which I tried carefully and found unlocked, but which I did not open for fear of falling from the amazing height to which I had climbed. Then the moon came out. Most demoniacal of all shocks is that of the abysmally unexpected and grotesquely unbelievable. Nothing I had before undergone could compare in terror with what I now saw, with the bizarre marvels that sight implied. The sight itself was as simple as it was stupefying, for it was merely this. Instead of a dizzying prospect of treetops seen from a lofty eminence, there stretched around me, on a level through the grating, nothing less than the solid ground, decked and diversified by marble slabs and columns, and overshadowed by an ancient stone church, whose ruined spire gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. Half unconscious, I opened the grating and staggered out upon the white gravel path that stretched away in two directions. My mind, stunned and chaotic as it was, still held the frantic craving for light, and not even the fantastic wonder which had happened could stay my course. I neither knew nor cared whether my experience was insanity, dreaming, or magic, but was determined to gaze on brilliance and gaiety at any cost. I knew not who I was, or what my surroundings might be, though I continued to stumble along. I became conscious of a kind of fearsome, latent memory that made my progress not wholly fortuitous. I passed under an arch, out of that region of slabs and columns, and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road, but sometimes leaving it, curiously to tread across meadows, where only occasional ruins bespoke the ancient presence of a forgotten road. Once, I swam across a swift river, where crumbling mossy masonry told of a bridge long vanished. Over 2 hours must have passed before I reached what seemed to be my goal, a venerable ivied castle in a thickly wooded park, maddeningly familiar, yet full of perplexing strangeness to me. I saw that the moat was filled in, and that some of the well-known towers were demolished, whilst new wings existed to confuse the beholder. But what I observed with chief interest and delight were the open windows, gorgeously ablaze with light, and sending forth sound of the gayest revelry. Announcing to one of these, I looked in and saw an oddly dressed company, indeed, making merry, and speaking brightly to one another. I had never seemingly heard human speech before, and could guess only vaguely what was said. Some of the faces seemed to hold expressions that brought up incredibly remote recollections. Others were utterly alien. I now stepped through the low windows into the brilliantly lighted room, stepping as I did so from my single bright moment of hope to my blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The nightmare was quick to come, for as I entered, there occurred immediately one of the most terrifying demonstrations I had ever conceived. Scarcely had I crossed the sill when there descended upon the whole company a sudden and unheralded fear of hideous intensity, distorting every face and evoking the most horrible screams from nearly every throat. Flight was universal, and in the clamor and panic, several fell in a swoon and were dragged away by their madly fleeing companions. Many covered their eyes with their hands and plunged blindly and awkwardly in their race to escape, overturning furniture and stumbling against the walls before they managed to reach one of the many doors. The cries were shocking, and as I stood in the brilliant apartment alone and dazed, listening to their vanishing echoes, I trembled in the thought of what might be lurking near me unseen. At a casual inspection of the room, seemed deserted, but when I moved toward one of the alcoves, I thought I detected a presence there, a hint of motion beyond the golden arched doorways leading to another and somewhat similar room. As I approached the arch, I began to perceive the presence more clearly, and then, with the first and last sound I ever uttered, a ghastly ululation that revolted me almost as poignantly as its noxious cause. I beheld in full, frightful vividness the inconceivable, indescribable, and unmentionable monstrosity which had by its simple appearance changed a merry company to a herd of delirious fugitives. I cannot even hint what it was like, for it was a compound of all that is unclean, uncanny, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. It was the ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and desolation, the putrid, dripping eidolon of unwholesome revelation, the awful bearing of that which the merciful earth should always hide. God knows it was not of this world, or no longer of this world. Yet to my horror I saw in its eaten away and bone-revealing outlines, leering, abhorrent travesty on the human shape, and in its moldy, disintegrating apparel an unspeakable quality that chilled me even more. I was almost paralyzed. But not too much so to make a feeble effort toward flight. A backward stumble which failed to break the spell in which the nameless, voiceless monster held me. My eyes, bewitched by the glassy orbs which stared loathsomely into them, refused to close, though they were mercifully blurred, and showed the terrible object but indistinctly after the first shock. I tried to raise my hand to shut out the sight, yet so stunned were my nerves that my arm could not fully obey me. The attempt, however, was enough to disturb my balance, so that I had to stagger forward several steps to avoid falling. As I did so, I became suddenly and agonizingly aware of the nearness of the carrion thing, whose hideous hollow breathing and I half fancied I could hear. Nearly mad, I found myself yet able to throw out a hand to ward off the fetid apparition which pressed so close, when in one cataclysmic second of cosmic nightmarishness and hellish accident, my fingers touched the rotting outstretched paw of the monster beneath the golden arch. I did not shriek, but all the fiendish ghouls that ride the night wind shrieked for me, as in that same second there crashed down upon my mind a single and fleeting avalanche of soul-annihilating memory. I knew in that second all that had been. I remembered beyond the frightful castle and the trees, and recognized the altered edifice in which I now stood. I recognized most terribly of all the unholy abomination that stood leering before me as I withdrew my sullied fingers from its own. But in the cosmos there is a balm as well as bitterness, and that balm is Nepenthe? N-E... Alright, somebody's going to have to look this up for me. Nepenthe. And that balm is Nepenthe? In the supreme horror of that second, I forgot what had horrified me, and the burst of black memory vanished in a chaos of echoing images. In a dream, I fled from that haunted and accursed pile and ran swiftly and silently in the moonlight. When I returned to the churchyard place of marble, I went down the steps. I found the stone trap-door immovable, but I was not sorry, for I had hated the antique castle, and the trees. Now I ride with the mocking and friendly ghouls on the night wind, and play by day amongst the catacombs of Nephrin Ka, in the sealed and unknown valley of Hadoth by the Nile. I know that light is not for me, save that of the moon over the rock tombs of Neb, nor any gaiety save the unnamed feasts of Nitocris beneath the Great Pyramid. Yet in my new wildness and freedom I almost welcome the bitterness of alienage, for although Nepenthe has calmed me, I know always that I am an outsider, a stranger in this century, and among those who are still men. This I have known ever since I stretched out my fingers to the abomination within the great gilded frame, stretched out my fingers and touched a cold and unyielding surface of polished glass. He was the monster! Nepenthe, ancient Greek, is a fictional medicine for sorrow, a drug or forgetfulness, mentioned in ancient Greek literature and Greek mythology, depicted as originating in Egypt. Wow. Dude was educated for a racist old piece of shit. Panacea would have been another acceptable term. It's a medicine, but it doesn't work. It's not real. In any case, he saw the horrible creature. He reached out and touched its paw, and its paw was a mirror. Sadly, he was the monster he feared so terribly. He'd read so many books about young men that he thought he was one, and yet he was not. Anybody want to go for another story? I got another half hour here. Let's see here. I'm gonna read out the things that I think are interesting. From Beyond, Nyarlathotep. The Hound. The Shunned House. I think we read He. I think we already read that one, so we're gonna skip that. Pickman's Model. The Strange High House in the Mist. The Descendant. Dunwich Horror is fucking amazing, but it'd take me more than a half hour to read it. Wow, a lot of these are very long. The Thing on the Doorstep. The Evil Clergyman. Yeah, panacea means cure-all, but there's no such thing. That's the whole point, is that a panacea is a fake cure. This is actually looking really solid, guys. So much of the light is coming through, and yet a placebo would have been a good choice for Nepenthe. In the Vault. Cool Air. The Moon Bog. Still interested in the Hound. The Unnameable. Night guy, pick one. Is anything in focus right now? Hey guys, is anything in focus? Hey Siri, bright.
Done.
Focus on me, camera. Hey Siri, spookums.
All set.
The options are the tree. From Beyond. The Moon Bog. The Hound. The Unnameable. The Shunned House. Cool Air. Pickman's Model. The tree. You want the tree? Alright, we'll do the tree. Where's the tree? Tree's page 93. The tree is very short. Okay, that should be easy enough. One verdant slope of... Oh, sorry. Just fucked up the first word, guys. On a verdant slope. Not one. On a verdant slope of Mount Manalus in Arcadia, there stands an olive grove about the ruins of a villa. Close by is a tomb, once beautiful with the sublimate sculptures, but now fallen into as great decay as the house. At one end of the tomb, its curious roots displacing the time-stained blocks of Pentelic marble, grows an unnaturally large olive tree of oddly repellent shape, so like to some grotesque man or death-distorted body of a man that the country folk fear to pass it at night when the moon shines faintly through the crooked boughs. Mount Manalus is a chosen haunt of dreaded Pan, whose queer companions are many, and simple swains believe that the tree must have some hideous kinship to those weird Penisi. But an old beekeeper who lives in the neighboring cottage told me a different story. Many years ago, when the hillside villa was new and resplendent, there dwelt within it the two sculptors Kalos and Musides. From Lydia to Neapolis, the beauty of their work was praised, and none dared say that the one excelled the other in skill. The Hermes of Kalos stood in a marble shrine in Corinth, and the palace of Musides surmounted a pillar in Athens, near the Parthenon. All men paid homage to Kalos and Musides, and marveled that no shadow of artistic jealousy cooled the warmth of their brotherly friendship. But though Kalos and Musides dwelt in unbroken harmony, their natures were not alike. Whilst Musides reveled by night amidst the urban gaieties of Tegea, Kalos would remain at home, stealing away from the sight of his slaves into the cool recesses of the olive grove. There he would meditate upon the visions that filled his mind, and there devise the forms of beauty, which later became immortal in breathing marble. Idle folk indeed said that Kalos conversed with the spirits of the grove, and that his statues were but images of the fauns and dryads he met there, for he patterned his work after no living model. So famous were Kalos and Musides that none wondered when the tyrant of Syracuse sent to them deputies to speak of the costly statue of Tyche which he had planned for his city. Of great size and cunning workmanship must the statue be, for it was to form a wonder of nations and a goal of travelers. Exalted beyond thought would be he whose work should gain acceptance, and for this honor Kalos and Musides were invited to compete. Their brotherly love was well known, and the crafty tyrant surmised that each, instead of concealing his work from the other, would offer aid and advice. this charity producing 2 images of unheard of beauty, the lovelier of which would eclipse even the dreams of poets. With joy the sculptors hailed the tyrant's offer, so that in the days that followed their slaves heard the ceaseless blows of chisels. Not from each other did Kalos and Musides conceal their work, but the sight was for them alone. Saving theirs, no eyes beheld the 2 divine figures released by skillful blows from the rough blocks that had imprisoned them since the world began. At night, as of yore, Musides sought the banquet halls of Tegea, whilst Kalos wandered alone in the olive grove. But as time passed, men observed a want of gaiety in the once sparkling Musides. It was strange, they said amongst themselves, that depression should thus seize one with so great a chance to win art's loftiest reward. Many months passed, yet in the sour face of Musides came nothing of the sharp expectancy which the situation should arouse. Then one day Musides spoke of the illness of Kalos, after which none marveled again at his sadness, since the sculptor's attachment was known to be deep and sacred. Subsequently, many went to visit Kalos, and indeed noticed the pallor on his face, but there was about him a happy serenity which made his glance more magical than the glance of Musides, who was clearly distracted with anxiety, and who pushed aside all the slaves in his eagerness to feed and wait upon his friend with his own hands. Hidden behind heavy curtains stood the 2 unfinished figures of Tyche, little touched of late by the sick man and his faithful attendant. As Kalos grew inexplicably weaker and weaker, despite the ministrations of puzzled physicians and of his assiduous friend, he desired to be carried often to the grove which he so loved. There he would ask to be left alone, as if wishing to speak with unseen things. Musides ever granted his wishes, though his eyes filled with visible tears at the thought of that Kalos should care more for the fauns and the dryads than for him. At last the end drew near, and Kalos discoursed of things beyond his life. Musides, weeping, promised him a sepulchre more lovely than the tomb of Mausolus, but Kalos bade him speak no more of marble glories. Only one wish now haunted the mind of the dying man, that twigs from certain olive trees in the grove be buried by his resting place, close to his head. And one night, sitting alone in the darkness of the olive grove, Kalos died. Beautiful beyond words was the marble sepulchre which stricken Musides carved for his beloved friend. None but Kalos himself could have fashioned such bas-reliefs, wherein were displayed all the splendors of Elysium, nor did Musides fail to bury close to Kalos's head the olive twigs from the grove. As the first violence of Musides' grief gave place to resignation, he labored with diligence upon his figure of Tyche. All honor was now his, since the tyrant of Syracuse would have the work of none save him or Kalos. His task proved a vent for his emotion, and he toiled more steadily each day, shunning the gaieties he once had relished. Meanwhile, his evenings were spent beside the tomb of his friend, where a young olive tree had sprung up near the sleeper's head. So swift was the growth of this tree, and so strange was its form, that all who beheld it exclaimed in surprise, and Musides seemed at once fascinated and repelled. 3 years after the death of Kalos, Musides dispatched a messenger to the tyrant, and it was whispered in the agora at Tegea that the mighty statue was finished. By this time, the tree by the tomb had attained amazing proportions, exceeding all other trees of its kind, and sending out a singularly heavy branch above the apartment in which Musides labored. As many visitors came to view the prodigious tree as to admire the art of the sculptor, so that Musides was seldom alone, but he did not mind his multitude of guests. Indeed, he seemed to dread being alone now that his absorbing work was done. The bleak mountain wind sighing through the olive grove and the tomb tree had an uncanny way of forming vaguely articulate sounds. The sky was dark on the evening that the tyrant's emissaries came to Tegia. It was definitely known that they had come to bear away the great image of Tyche and bring eternal honor to Musides. So their reception by the Proxenoi? 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 I guess those in proximity, was of great warmth. As the night wore on, a violent storm of wind broke over the crest of Maenalus, and the men from far Syracuse were glad that they rested snugly in the town. They talked of their illustrious tyrant, and of the splendor of his capital, and exulted in the glory of the statue which Musides had wrought for him. And then the men of Tegia spoke of the goodness of Musides, and of his heavy grief for his friend, and how not even the coming laurels of art could console him in the absence of Calos, who might have worn those laurels instead. Of the tree which grew by the tomb near the head of Calos they also spoke. The wind shrieked more horribly, and both of the Syracusans and the Arcadians prayed to Ialos. In the sunshine of the morning, the Proxenoi led the tyrant's messengers up the slope of the abode of the sculptor, but the night wind had done strange things. Slaves' cries ascended from a scene of desolation, and no more amidst the olive grove rose the gleaming colonnades of that vast hall wherein Musides had dreamed and toiled. Lone and shaken, mourned and humbled courts and of the lower walls, for upon the sumptuous greater peristyle had fallen squarely the heavy overhanging bough of the strange new tree, reducing the stately poem in marble with odd completeness to a mound of unsightly ruins. Strangers and Tegians stood aghast, looking from the wreckage of the great sinister tree whose aspect was so weirdly human, and whose roots reached so queerly into the sculpted sepulchre of Calos. And their fear and dismay increased when they searched the fallen apartment for the gentle Musides, and of the marvelously fashioned image of Tyche no trace could be discovered. Amidst such stupendous ruin, only chaos dwelt, and the representatives of two cities left disappointed. Syracusans, that they had no statue to bear home; Tegians, that they had no artist to crown. However, the Syracusans obtained, after a while, a very splendid statue in Athens, and the Tegians consoled themselves by erecting in the Agora a marble temple commemorating the gifts, virtues, and brotherly piety of Musides. But the olive grove still stands, as does the tree growing out of the tomb of Calos, and the old beekeeper told me that sometimes the boughs whisper to one another in the night wind, saying over and over again, "Oida, Oida, I know, I know." But what does he know? My rook looks killer, you say? Why, thank you. Behold him in the dark. Hey Siri, lights out.
Okay.
Hey Siri, spookums.
Done.
Hello? Hello, television? Hello, television? Yes, television? Hi, if you wouldn't mind turning back on so I can see what my friends are saying. Yeah, I think he looks pretty fucking slick. I'm pretty happy with him. He's got the little drops of tears coming from his eyes there. He's built himself another pool worth of... Oh, boy. Alright, well, moving him just caused a bunch of hot wax to pour on my hand! Good times. Good times. But yeah, as as that central wax stuff starts to slowly move down his face, the eyes become exposed, and that. Oh, the hammer thing? Yes, I did. That was Nigai's idea, actually. Hey Siri, bright.
All set.
So the idea was to make an axe, and I said I don't want to make an axe. I want to make a hammer. And he was like, "Okay, you do what you, man." And so I made a hammer. Boom. And it was his idea to combine the candle with with the other candle and make this sort of head structure. So it sits like that, and then this other candle could conceivably burn. But yeah, that's the idea there. So I think it all came out pretty good. We decided to do some. I decided to do some Lovecraft stories. So I've finished all the candles, but my stream's not quite over. You know what I mean? Is everybody still out there? Or I still got Lynn and Nigai and Laura and who else is out there? It says I got 4 viewers. Baby, are you watching? Oh, she is. Okay. You want more? You want more Lovecraft? Oh, I thought it was me. I meant meow. Okay. I was gonna say because I don't know if I got enough. I don't know if I got enough time for another Lovecraft stories. We could just kind of hang out. But I was thinking if we've got 4 people here, like kind of active participants, I might try to raid somebody and see who I might be able to build some bridges with here, because you know how I like to build them bridges. So let's just take a look here and see what I've got in terms of other people who are currently streaming. Looks like there are fucking nobody. It's fucking nobody that I follow who's streaming right now. Literally not a single person. So there's that, and that's fine. I can live with that. Maybe try the art category. You want to see who's you want me to just pick a rando in art? No, if I don't fucking know anybody, that'd be kind of weird. Oh, you like that, huh? That was the idea. That was what I was going for. I'm going to be a sad, sympathetic character. That's kind of the premise, anyway. But yeah, we're below. Oh boy, we're now under the eyes. So if I wanted more to come out, I'd have to add more wax or melt more wax through there. But yeah, that is the natural formation of wax that I've gotten out of this character, and then he will, at some point or another, it'll wear down so much that he gets all foamy at the mouth there as well. And that looks like, honestly, it looks like that's not too far off either. I might be able to make that happen. Let's see here. See if I can get you to be all foamy at the mouth. I don't want to mess with that tear there. That's good. I like that. It's good stuff. Get that. And then I'll get this here too. There we go. That's when that finishes out, when it goes all the way down, that's gonna look really, really cool, I think. And then I might blow the candle out at the very bottom, and then I'll put like a little LED candle inside of it. and then he'll just be like my little sad rook guy. Is my idea here. But I cannot believe that this stuff here is still, like, the backing is still very much there. That wears me out. That it didn't eat through that. Isn't that weird? I thought it would chew through that whole thing, but it did not. Oh, you've got somebody live who's playing Dead by Daylight? Alright. Well, if you know him, I can do that all about. I like a help out. What's the name of this individual? Bronxy _ gaming. See about this individual.
My name is Giancarlo Esposito. While I confront...
We're doing another Far Cry game, huh? Okay, here we go. Alright. Looks like he plays as Michael Myers. How deeply upsetting, but at least he doesn't play as a fucking ghost face. Alright. Go ahead and copy that and paste it. We'll go ahead and rate him. Yeah. Alright, well, he's about to get rated. In the meantime, for all of you fine folks, thank you very much for joining in. And I hope I will see you again next time. I'm done with Waxworks for a little bit. It's quite messy. So I think next time we'll be playing some video games. But I will see you then. Thanks for watching. Ha en fin nacht, meine Venner.